Tengku Fauzia after the third vice chancellor at that particular point. So that is a kind of transformation, not only in terms of physical, but in terms of mindset, values, and also lifestyle, if you will. That building that becomes a hub for culture, a hub for interaction between the community and also the university at one point. So that is in 10 years, I captured that in one slide. This slide is to show you as we do this, we are still not clear of what it is. These are all diagrams that people create to make meaning of what this campus Sejahtera is all about. But by then, I think there are many other initiatives on the sideline. The student create his own club, yeah, and they run this club as they see fit. We have got our called Eco Hub. Eco Hub means there is a place in the university that remains undisturbed. This is where the bird flies from the north to the south, stop at that hub before it goes to New Zealand in the south. And you see a variety of bird species coming from the north, transiting into our campus, and then goes to the south, and then back from the south to the north and living there. That particular pristine area is an area of study. We see all sorts of birds, we see all sorts of species, we see all sorts of, manners of things going on that is not conducive in an urban environment. The campus is an urban campus. Because of that hub, I think it becomes a sanctuary for birds to move from north to the south. So we call it a living lab, where students can actually see and witness what happened in reality, rather than just reading it from textbook and so on. So there's this Club Sejahtera coming in, created by the student, a campus Sejahtera, created by the student mainly. The staff was not involved. The staff was not convinced that this something is worthwhile, just also like IIUM. The student is the one that is taking it and making it happen. And we have got our Sejahtera, Pusat Sejahtera also, which is the hub for healthcare and so on and so forth, right? Now, to make this work, we created what we call the platform for students to work on their own. And the platform is quite simple. One is we talk about volunteerism. That means you go in because you want to do it, not because of credits, not because of names or fames or what. You want to do it because you think it's your duty to do it. Yeah. We also encourage them to go into the team because no one is specializing in this, especially in the science university. We lack arts, we lack culture, and how do you work together with the School of Social Science, Humanities, and so on and so forth. We learn to be self-sufficient. In other words, you do from savings rather than asking the money from the university. We say, what can you save? From the saving, then you start doing your work. So it is not resource-based in that particular sense. Yeah? How do you save, for example, electricity, and the bill for the saving, we give it to them, and then they start to do their project. It is a different approach altogether, and it's compared to many. Where's the money so that I can work? In this case, it is a reverse, the other way around. Yeah? We encourage them to work with data and information, become very research-based rather than just emotion, social media. There was no social media, alhamdulillah. Social media nuisance are not there. So we talk in terms of numbers, we talk in terms of facts, and then they begin to make decisions based on that. And finally, they must have a complete documentation. These are the 5 things that we tell the student. If you want to participate, do these 5 things. And within a month, I've got 30 reports on my desk by the student telling them how they solve some problem as what's called as easy as whether the food served in the canteen are nutritious or not. The School of Food Sciences, they say most of the food in the canteen are not nutritious. They are garbage out of them. And then they try to make a solution, what is good. Like that. They're long already in progress. What you want to talk about? So they go into that kind of a problem-solving attitude. And I think this is what I like about this campus Sejahtera. They are not independent, not dependent on university. They are very independent themselves. Yeah, and I think the point that hits us, it's not working again. Oh, after I scolded her, she doesn't like it. The one that hits us is one. This is a fantastic project that student called the White Coffin that is using polyester. There are a lot of polyesters. I remember they came to my office and say, Tan Sri, we use 7,000 polyester a week. And we do not know where this polyester ends up. You know, polystyrene, yeah, as a food container. They call it a white coffin because it looks like a coffin. And this becomes their what they call their passion. They want to bend it. We want to bend the use. Can the university help? And we help them, and we bend it within a month. Yeah, and there's no polyester, and this is now being recognized by GUNI, which is the Global University Network for Innovation or something like that, and it calls it a student activism in IIUM at that particular point. All right. And then from that, they graduate into plastic. So we are talking about banning the plastic now. The USM student has done this, I think, 10 years later, 10 years earlier, to ban plastic and to use other alternatives as far as that is concerned, right? And meanwhile, I was called to do a TED talk, and I just want to mention about this because this was done early in the year 2006, and that talks about the campus Sajatra and also my association with South Korea at that particular time. I think we can go into that if there is time. So this is just a mode of advocacy among students. And what is unique about this is basically we talk about many things that many people would just bypass. The Sejahtera concept actually created a new way of thinking in the university, beyond just the structures, but looking at the environment at the same time. This is the Bi'ah Solihah that we talked about. And how are we accountable to the tradition of the university? In other words, the knowledge tradition, which is very important to preserve. Yeah? Without the knowledge tradition, we'll probably be hijacked by somebody else. It also created new space for people to act, to voice themselves, to actually discuss debates. And this is the new space that we want to create in the university, that students become intellectual themselves. Yeah? We also introduce ideas for them to introduce ideas of sustainable development coming from that platform that I talked to you about. The moment they do their research, there are solutions that they want to offer to the university, and universities are willing to look at it, particularly if it's a way of life, a new way of running a university or running what you call students' life, as it were. So it's about lifestyle, which is healthy and of quality, becomes an issue now when we talk about food and stuff like that. And finally, it is an empowerment. Back to our sub, empowerment to create a culture that embraces sustainability, which is a concept of Sajatra. Those are the 5 unique things when Sajatra comes in. It is a mindset thing. It is not just a physical thing. It is a mindset. It's a cultural thing. It is, a living style. How do you go into that kind of way of looking at Sajatra? Yeah, and then as a vice chancellor, then I want to see how do you contextualize in education. And Alhamdulillah, I found this national education philosophy, Falsafah Pendidikan Negara, and begin to understand it. Yeah. So for those of you who do not read Malay as such, it is in the original language, which is the Malay language, but it has 2 parts. One is about the individual. I'll explain the individual in a while, but there is also about the community. So there's a relationship between what the individual is all about and how the community should respond to it. And the word that I picked up is this word called kesejahteraan diri. And that's where the word sejahtera comes in. Yeah. So when I look at the word sejahtera itself, and then look at the very idea of who these individuals are, we begin to pick some of the kata-kata kunci, is the keywords. Yeah. One of the keywords is about balance, seimbang. And that is a word. And then the other word is about harmony. Not only balance, but it also must be harmonious with the environment, with the ecology and whatever else. So these 2 words to me is a very important word. When you talk about Sajatra, it's about balance. It's not just about growth. Yes, some people talk about Sajatra in the context of growth. Growth which is imbalanced will not do it. Growth which is not harmonious will not do it. So that's the first 2 keywords. Yeah. The second keyword that we picked up is basically about the physical being, about the intellectual being, about the emotional being, and also about the spiritual being. And this is where the word spirituality comes in our discussion at a later stage, inshallah. And the last word is about here. This is where the spirituality comes in again, when it talks about devotion to God. Yeah, a value that I think it is embedded in the falsafah pendidikan kebangsaan itself. And it talks about character building, and also it's also talk about ethics. So these are the seven, I think 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 7, 8 keywords that I think is important when you talk about Sajatra. And I think when you talk about Sajatra, rightly or wrongly, it is embedded. These all keywords are embedded in the word Sajatra. And we then have got the idea of insan Sajatra. Insan means human being, not just human being with spirituality, as compared to manusia. I think manusia sometimes has no spirituality. Yeah? So now we have got this idea of, when I talk about individuality, this is embedded with that. This is the balance and things like that I was mentioned. That is about the individual that we want to create. Okay? And we wrote a book about this, thanks to the education faculty, Kulliyyah, 2018. Yeah? I was 3 months here, and we run the seminar, and the seminar come up with the book. I think Batson, you were here at that time. Yeah, and that I think is the what do you call the output of it. Now, why do we do this? Well, at least why I want to do this, because I am tired of the word human capital. Everything then in 2007, the Prime Minister then introduced this word human capital without even understanding what this human capital is all about. Yeah? Human capital actually is a theory on its own. This comes from an encyclopedia of educational philosophy and theory that talks about human capital theory and education. And as I read this, it is so damaging that most of us probably will not recognize it. Yeah? I will read some of the passages, and I will expand it here. And it says here, yeah, throughout Western countries, education has recently been re-theorized under the human capital theory as primarily an economic device. I mean, that is already enough. Yeah? To take you from your whatever thing you're thinking of. Human capital theory is the most influential economic theory of Western education. So I begin to ask, is our education Western? And if it's Western, then how much of human capital theory is influential on it? Setting the framework of government policies in the early 1960s, it is increasingly a key determinant of economic performance. I want to underline that. Because every time that we talk about education, it's all about economy. I was just told now, one of our premier universities has just announced 20 courses being chucked out of their syllabus because it is not economically viable. The market doesn't want it. I mean, if that's the kind of decision we're going to make as a university, I think we are done. Might as well get industry to run this university because we are so dependent on them. Yeah. And the second sentence that I think it is very damaging that talks about, in the human capital theory, all human behaviors are based on economic self-interest of individuals. Yeah. I come here today because there is a self-economic interest that I have. I don't know how much you're paying me. You know, if I don't have the economic interest, I wouldn't even bother. And that's the kind of mindset our students have been given. You want to do a course because there is an economic benefit. What? The credits, the grades, the exams, you know. And if you don't have that, they don't bother because they don't want. And that's the kind of teaching that we put indirectly, whether we agree or not. Operating within a freely competitive market, other forms of behavior are excluded and treated as distortion of model. So if you want to put in Sajatra, they say no way, because it is not the behavior that we want. Your students are not economically oriented. It is not about economic performance. And therefore the human centricity that I talked to you about is gone within 2 sentences. So this is a theory that we need to fight, or to replace. Maybe fight is not the right word. Yeah? To replace, so that we can remain sustainable in the context of being human. And I think that's where Sajatra, to me, becomes a very enriching word to fight against all these kind of influences that actually takes us away from what education ought to be. Yeah. So we struggled to make this happen, and Alhamdulillah, in 2018, we were able to produce an article for the first time internationally, and this is published by the United Nations University. It is called Academia and the Communities Engaging for Change. And I think our chapter was number 14, and it talks about decolonizing the paradigm of sustainable development through traditional concept of Sajatra. And this comes back to the human capital theory. How do you actually replace the human capital theory using Sajatra as a decolonizing factor into education? I still believe many of our education systems are colonized until today. And in fact, it's getting worse with the AI and all the other technology coming in, right? So very quickly, what is Sajatra? Sajatra started with the spiritual value of that human person. Yeah, you talk about emotion, we talk about the ethics and the emotions. Now nobody can argue with me. Formerly they can argue with me. Now they cannot with the pandemic. That emotions are so important as part of human being, which we disregard for a long time. Yeah, we talk about everything else economic, but not anything else with human being. So this needs to interact with one another. I will just go very quickly, so that it allows us to go into the other paradigm of the intellectual, and also to use our mind and the brains. So this needs to act with one another, and that action actually becomes part and parcel of the microcosm, which then needs to act with the macrocosm. I talk about balance, I talk about harmony. How do the individual be harmonious with their sort of ecology or economy or whatever it is? It's not, okay. So we got the, if you imagine this as a kind of a football field, we are now ready to engage ourselves in the world, the macrocosm. In other words, to display what we have got internally as human being, as a person who then acting it out in the big field that is involving in the ecology, the economy and stuff. The worry that I've got today now, when we go into the big world, we are not even ready internally. And therefore we get gutted up by the things, the forces that's outside us, including economy and so on and so forth. And we are not the person that is supposed to be educated as far as the falsafah pendidikan kebangsaan is concerned. So if we take this 10 elements and we assemble it, somehow or other we get the acronym SPICES, starting with spirituality and so forth. So SPICES is the kind of a cliche I would use. If you want to spice up your life, be Sajatra. If you want to spice up your life to be a good person, it's just like a good food, the curry. If you don't have your curry in a balance, then nobody will want to eat the food. The rebung, I think, is well balanced, the food that well. I don't know the food last night, whether we had was balanced, but that was a cliche. And basically, you need to have a balanced life so that you can really taste the sweetness of life. If you don't have a balanced life, you probably will not appreciate it. Yeah. So then I think the other story that changed everything was in the interaction between Malaysia and Korea. Shuan was there, I think, at that particular time. We had a seminar, and there was a discussion between Malaysia, USM in particular, and what they call RCE, another RCE in Tong Yong. And that, I think, happens in 2015, to cut the story short, where there is a kind of a cross-fertilization between two communities. The Korean, I do not know the Korean, I don't think the Korean knows us, but because of Sajatra, we are able to talk together, yeah, and cross-fertilize ideas, and then that ideas now not only benefited Korea, it also benefited Malaysia at one point. How does it benefit Malaysia? It benefits Malaysia in this, yeah. I didn't know within the interaction between Korean and us, they actually took this idea of Sajatra and created a campus. And that is a campus now. If you have money, save some money and go and visit this campus. Yeah, there's a whole campus, and I think they have an official opening, and I think there's Professor Park, who was heading the center at that particular time. I don't know whether she's still there. She's still there. A very magnificent lady. She took me to the walk to the Sajatra forest, and she left me behind. I think she walked so fast, you know. So I don't know, maybe that's a Sajatra for her. Yeah, I have to catch up with her, and you know, and she laughed at me. So I was called to talk a little bit about what Sajatra, and this was a day for me, you know, that when they talk about the vision is the same thing, coexistence between human and nature, right? And that is the goal, and it was officiated in May 2015. I was excited about it, and I wrote an article. Sajatra comes alive in Korea. In Malaysia, it was still trying to wake up at that particular point. Yeah. And what is more interesting, if people who wants to look in terms of how much they invested 20 million US on a 200,000 square meter eco park supported by the Ministry of Environment of Korea. Yeah, and in that they have things like aquatic center, wetland, vegetable garden, rice field, all this coexisting with one another. If you don't believe me, I'll produce you a map. There you are. Yeah, you have the center right in the middle, and you have the whole dormitory. If you stay in the dormitory, it was a different dormitory altogether. You really need to live like Sajatra. I remember they gave me two pieces of towel, and that's it. There's not the big towel the hotel gives you, you know, 2 pieces of towel, and you have to make do with this. I don't know how I managed it, you know, but that's how they reoriented our lifestyle within that. Yeah, you have to make your own breakfast. And after that, you have to clean your own dishes, and you have to clean your dishes. If I remember, I don't know whether you still practice this, Yon. You have to clean in 3 washes. You have no liberty of, you know, gosok until half an hour. You just dip once, dip the second time, and then rinse in the third time, and that's it. Save water and save energy, and so. And that is the retraining they've got for Sajatra, and I think that's what some of the picture. They call the Sejahtera Garden. They still use the word Sajatra, and it involves the youngsters and also the elderly at the same time. I think this one turns my head over. So when I talk about Sajatra in USM, if Tong Yong can do it better, why can't we do it? And that's why I got a little bit ambitious. The opening ceremony is opening outdoor, all right, and it is fantastic. You know, it's not in an aircon room like this. And this is a photographer that got the word Sajatra Forest behind him, RCE Tong Yong, just like RCE Greater Gombak. So these are the learning things that I've got as far as Sajatra is concerned. And that's another lady that I want to introduce. She was then the director of the center before Sion take over. And we still communicated with, she's now in UNESCO in Paris. Yeah? And the idea of Sajatra is very much alive, given the international sort of profile. To cut the story short, from 2015 to 2018, I was in USIM, not very much done in USIM, but we managed to create what we call a research center called the Mizan Research Center. And this is basically, again, trying to embed the community and Sajatra and the campus together, right? And I think they've got an active center now, also working internationally. So very quickly now we are in IIUM, 2018, we came in, all right? And by then, I think we have got another, what we call the Sejahtera Leadership Initiative, which I thought Professor Kulliyyah will talk a little about it. Now, all the same thing that I mentioned to you, how are we human-centric, how can we balance, how can we bring the micro and the macrocosm together, how can we bring justice as part of the product of it, yeah? And the 3 words that we talk about is humility, mutual respect, and balance, and balance coexistence, which is existing in Sajatra, and basically we want to talk about the Insan Sajatra, which is the final product of this whole activity. There were literatures done, I think, by even individuals like Professor Kamal that comments on this. I think there is a welcome sort of initiative, yeah. And then we created our own Sajatra Center for Sustainability and Humanity, yeah. And by then we are already given the status of the Greater Gombak RCE as equivalent to Tong Yong. So that is a story in IIUM. Most of you know it, but for Betson and Sion, I just want to go very quickly. And what I think makes it happen is when we created our own Sejahtera academic framework. humanizing education for rahmatan lil alamin. Rahmatan lil alamin is a word that we use for mercy to all. It's just not the human being, but also the animal being and also the environment around us. And it is called SAF in the acronym is SAF, it's Sejahtera Academic Framework that empowers students, that give them flexibility, innovation, and accountability as a principle, just like the Sajatra program that I have in USM. They can do anything they want as long as they're accountable for it. And I think that's the what you call the framework that we are now encouraging our students to take. Yeah. But as we go into this, we didn't know that there's also this bug that comes around. All right. So as this framework was launched, I think in early 2019, and then this coronavirus comes in. But alhamdulillah, to a certain extent, it introduces the word Sajatra far and wide. We have got an application called My Sajatra. You know, so the government produces master. Suddenly, everybody talks about Sajatra now. You know, you go to Korea, they want to see master. Yeah, you got yours. So suddenly it becomes a world sort of, you know, a Sajatra, but except that they need to understand Sajatra in the way we understand it. So alhamdulillah, there's also a blessing in this COVID thing. And the word Sajatra now is in everybody's mouth. Meanwhile, I think the university is doing things on its own. Yeah. When it was good, we were trying to save this eco, what do you call this, banners and turn it in an eco bag. That was during the good days when there was no COVID. But during the difficult days, I think the picture at the end on the other side is to show how our students get into the activities of sewing the PPE. Yeah. I think there are 300 of them going to the center and with their sewing machine, and they sew 5,000 of this to redistribute to everyone who needs it, including the clinics. All right. And there was an activity that really excites me because suddenly the student comes together on their own. We don't have to harass them to work with. And suddenly there are a lot of people who knows how to sew and so on and so forth. Yeah. My colleagues from the School of the Kulliyyah of Engineering created their own mini robots. And that's, I think, version number 3, if I'm not mistaken. There are 3 versions. Within a short period of time, they create this mini robot to help people to diagnose COVID. We do not know COVID then. Nobody wants to come close to people with COVID, and then we send in a robot. The robot will do the diagnosis and tells us whether they are secured or not. So these are things that comes in very, very quickly, you know, without even planning it. Nobody plans the mini robots, but suddenly they come in with that kind of initiative, the new thinking that I was talking to you. And at the same time, of course, we also have our own propaganda, you know, talking about it over medias and so on and so forth, so that the understanding of Sajatra becomes a little bit more academic and intellectually accepted. Yeah. My other colleagues this is the academic activity mainly. These are the administrators. They also got their own activities, and their activities are basically to start gardens in the university, to plant things which is edible, and somehow or other now becomes very relevant when the food are expensive. Yeah. So I'm going to talk about ulam when we talk about, you know, if we have ulam in our midst, then we probably will have a balanced food. So these are the administrators who works on their own, and they also write books. They have got their book, Sustainable Development Project. And I am very pleased to know this because normally books are only associated with academics. But now the administrators are also coming and planting their own trees and writing books. And not only plants, some of them are also working on bees. If you go to the campus where they are, you know, they are what do you call harnessing this stingless bees, lucky. It's not a bees that is harmful. And they produce honey and they collect the honey and they also sell the honey. So it is a lifestyle that I think we have not imagined before, but now this lifestyle is something that is part of us. So we are able to put it into a book. We'll probably will provide you with some of this. The journey to holistic community transformation, and the word community transformation becomes the core and the core business of Sajatra in the university, and I hope elsewhere. Meanwhile, there are other initiatives. This is an initiative where we produce our own apps to profile whether people are in a good mental state or not. It was launched by the minister, and the other campuses have got their own Sejahtera room where they provide free food. If you need some food, you have no money, you want to have food, you just walk to this place and take whatever you want and then you go. It was a bridging sort of a mechanism that students voluntarily give. And I think this is a good way of sharing what we have and other people do not have. Yeah. We do not also forget our, I call it differently able people, not the disabled people. They are part and parcel of the Sajatra framework. And now I think the clinic has been named as an IIUM Sajatra clinic, as this is engulfing all the other things that I've mentioned to you as far as lifestyle is concerned. Now, my last few slides was to show this is difficult to explain, but this in a nutshell is now gone into our curriculum. Yeah, Professor Faris will be able to tell this a little bit more later, how we actually induce students to go into the community, work with the community, have a project, and that's part and parcel of what we call the university in action, this sort of activity. They've got their own projects, and these are the projects that they're working on. And that project then will be translated into something which is meaningful, not only for education, but also for community development and community transformation. That's where I think when Suan come in, I thought this is something that we can bounce idea with you and find out how we can work together based on relationship we've got. Yeah. We talk about, we will talk even a little bit ambitious. We were discussing with the UNCHR, how can Sajatra be part and parcel of the solution to the refugees in this country, particularly in the context of education. Yeah, we are quite prepared to open to the university and to allow refugees to come in if they can sort out some of the what we call procedures, whether they need visa or not visa. But the university is ready to actually move on and be inclusive as much as possible and make Sajatra another basis for interacting with other community that is not as fortunate as we are. So my last what we call information is a colleagues from ours from the Kulliyyah of Economics and Management Science has been working on what we call the introduction to Sajatra leadership on a micro-credentials. And I think she's ready to launch it within this week, if not early, if early next month. And this is something that we are now trying to popularize. So it is open to everybody. It's a kind of micro-credential. You can do it on your own, at your own pace, all right? Collect whatever courses that you need. And finally, we will give you a certificate. Okay? And that certificate will allow you perhaps to understand what Sajatra is. And we want to also make this certificate as a kind of recognition of what Sajatra is in the academic realm, rather than just kind of a social activity. Yeah? So we're encouraging people to enroll, particularly youngsters who wants to be part and parcel of the Sajatra movement, as it were, and we are trying to actually help them in this particular context. Yeah? So last but not least, if I were to look at it in the year 2002, when we were in USM, we started with the Sajatra concept, which is very nominal, all right? At that time, USM has always got this tagline called "We Lead, Kami Memimpin," right? But by the time we reach at year 2002, Kami Memimpin become leading the way, and that will be in IIUM. So hopefully this 20 years of journey will culminate into something which is very productive for all of us beyond Malaysia. Hopefully this will be another way forward as far as humanizing education, bringing back humanitarian values, and dignifying human life, given the pandemic that we are going to see moving forward, inshallah. So thank you very much, Nurlida. I hope I've made justice to you. And this is just a story that perhaps we can share and reflect on it. Assalamualaikum, good thing of peace.
Thank you, Tan Sri Zulkifli. Ladies and gentlemen, with that speech marks the opening of our 20 years of Sejahtera Symposium. And we would like to thank Tan Sri Zulkifli for sharing your experiences in implementing and leading the way for us to achieve the balanced lifestyle with the concept of Sajatra. Let us move on to our next session, in which we'll be listening to our two deputy rectors of IIUM, talking about the IIUM experience towards Sejahtera and humanizing education. Let's welcome our first presenter, Professor Dr. Ahmad Faris Ismail, Deputy Rector of IIUM Academic and Internalization, to share his experiences and thoughts on the Sejahtera academic framework. Please welcome Prof. Ahmad Faris.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Chairperson. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Very good morning. Salam sejahtera. Respected Tan Sri Professor Emeritus Dr. Zulkifli, Director of IIUM, and of course the Chairman of the Symposium, Professor Dr. Nurlida, my colleague and also panelist for this morning, Professor Hafiz, and of course distinguished participants, especially flown from various parts of the world, here face-to-face and also online. I would like to thank everybody to join us in this very meaningful event, the 20 years of Sejahtera Symposium. Indeed, I'm very happy to be part of this symposium and listening to Tan Sri Zul, the rector, giving the historical perspective of Sejahtera. I think it has done quite well. Okay, so my job today is just to continue and sharing our experience on our Sejahtera project at IIUM, and as alluded by Tan Sri Rector, at IIUM now we are governed by what we call the Sejahtera academic framework. So in the next 15-20 minutes or so, let me share with you what we have on this Sejahtera academic framework. So I guess to put things in context, we have a roadmap, 21-22, and the main strategic objective of this roadmap is moving towards humanizing education through the Maqasid Sharia and also sustainable development goals, as you can see in the middle there. And then it is supported by the various initiatives and projects. And I guess my focus today is just one of the initiatives, one of the high impactful initiatives that support this mission of humanizing education, which is Sejahtera academic framework. When we talk about education with soul and loaded with values and wisdom, I guess that is the main challenge. I mean, as Tan Sri Rector mentioned, I mean, when talking about human capital, education become an industry, become a profit center. So, and professor in Harvard also mentioned university without soul. Okay, so, and of course, others also have been debating this issue. So I guess since the beginning of this university, we have been looking at how, I mean, to produce graduates that are holistic. I mean, not only good professionally, but they are also imbued with good values and wisdom. So I think that is the main challenge of this university for the past 39 years. We are celebrating it, celebrating 40 years. And now with this Sejahtera academic framework, we hope that this will propel, I mean, all our efforts and give a higher momentum. I mean, so that I think we will achieve this goal, I mean, effectively and also with a practical solution. So it is about nurturing a person first. I mean, we look at our students and staff as human beings first before their professional duties and responsibility. So with that, then, like I mentioned, the high impact initiatives that we have is the Sejahtera academic framework. And we are talking about the towards mercy to all, the Rahmatan Alamin. And this is our effort to ensure a conducive shared learning we call it culture of Iqra. Iqra in Arabic is reading, read, meaning that culture of knowledge. We would like to provide an ecosystem that geared towards the convergence of knowledge founded on the Tawhid in producing a well-balanced Sejahtera personality. The one that Tan Sri mentioned about insan Sejahtera, Sejahtera man or Sejahtera people, you know, that sort of thing. So we have, we look at these three important components, the international, we're talking about value-based and experiential education of international standard. The cultural view, where we're talking about behavior, adaptive values, looking at the world values, qualities towards good behavior, or akhlaq, we call it. And of course, the experiential learning issue. We look at education under this Sejahtera academic framework. Is not only classroom education or textbook education, but more than that, is both the formal as well as informal. As a matter of fact, we discover that most of the time students are interacting outside the classroom with either their professors and lecturers, as well as with their friends in their residential, the hostels. So I think this is a very important aspect of education for us. And now we introduce the experiential learning, going to the community, going to our neighbor, close to the, outside the university, and also the community. I will talk a little bit more in a little while. So that is the main objective of this Sejahtera academic framework. Okay, so we have published, it is documented now. We published this book on Sejahtera academic framework, launched by the Minister of Higher Education a couple of years ago. Okay, and like I mentioned, it's grounded solidly on the original vision and mission of the university. And very interesting to see that our vision and mission of the university, that when the university was formed 39 years ago, talking about how to, provide solutions and how to enhance the society, the community, not only nationally, but we're also talking about internationally. We believe that there are a lot of ideas and solutions, that the university, based on our vision and mission, that we can provide to the world, to the humanity. Okay, so I guess one of the things that we learned during this COVID-19 experience is where we really think that we need to really go back to the basic, to the fundamental, and then see how can we handle, most of the problems facing the humanity today for the future. Okay, so quickly, I think this summarizes this Sejahtera academic framework goals and objective. We say that we crafted this Sejahtera academic framework to enable the university to not just manage or adapt, but to lead the way. Okay, and foreseeing the incoming disruptions, coming up with our own innovative solutions while maintaining true to our vision and mission, especially on serving God and bringing good to the world, mercy to all. In short, educating in current students now to face the future, regardless of what the future might be. Hence the need to provide an environment that is transformative, that develops both the knowledge, skills, attitudes, and most importantly, values that will bode well for the graduates and the society. Like Tan Sri Rector mentioned, we were talking about this before the COVID-19 happened. So as you can see here, we mentioned about disruptions. See, so the Sejahtera Academy actually came quite handy in our planning as well as our implementation of many of our projects and also classes during the pandemic. I mean, because we provide this framework for our staff and students. Okay, so but I guess the main challenge always there must be a change. We need to also change so that we can provide impactful solutions to the community. Okay, so this is what I'm talking about. With these 4 guiding principles, then I think we can prepare our staff and students, to move forward and also to contribute in a different challenging environment. So we are talking about, for example, flexibility. Flexibility, came very handy. During the COVID-19. When people are struggling about how can now we teach during COVID-19, we say that in our framework we have flexibility. We say that what is more important is for our staff and students to understand first the vision, mission, objectives of why they are here. That is number 1. And number 2, to understand the outcomes that they would like to be. Then how are you going to do it? We give a lot of flexibility. Okay, but of course, with the vision, mission, with the clear outcome in mind, then we provide a lot of flexibility. So as we state here, in the pedagogy, assessment, facilities, okay, but of course not to sacrifice the quality. Okay, when the quality, the outcomes should be there, but the flexibility should be given. Not only that, I think with this flexibility, we are also trying to encourage our staff and students to discover their passionate fields or projects that they want to do. Okay, and under the flexibility also, we are now allowing our students to take more elective courses. Maybe some engineering students would like to learn more about psychology, okay, or maybe some human science student would like to learn more about IT. This is the flexibility that we are allowing. The free electives, the minor, major, that sort of thing. So I guess that is the flexibility. Come very handy, and I guess it's a very powerful tool for this Sejahtera academic framework. And of course, the empowerment. The empowerment is, where we talk to our staff, in a university setting where we have thousands of staff and thousands of students, empowerment is very important. So I guess what we expect is for the staff and students to really understand the vision and mission of the university and to then plan their personal contributions that they can contribute, based on their passionate thing that they would like to do. So similarly with the students, when they come to the university, they should be aware that, okay, this is a very good preparation ground for them, to prepare themselves to be future leaders. And I'm very sure that they can even start thinking about new ideas, new projects. They are very passionate, and maybe and now we are encouraging that are closer to their community. I remember in one of the faculty during the break, when the students go back to their hometown, we ask them, can you find out what are the problems in your hometown that you can come up, and then and share with us, and how can we work together and solve the community problems. So bringing really, bringing whatever their knowledge in the university to the community, I think that will be, a very useful effort, for the community. So this is so for the staff, we are asking them to redefine themselves. What you call it? Reflect on why you are with IIUM, okay, and how are you going to contribute to the vision and mission of the IIUM. Of course, we do this with in a culture of innovative and accountability, okay, where I guess we promote staff and students to come up with ideas, new ways of doing things. This is true for all staff, academic as well as non-academic. And in the guiding principle, which is very important, is the accountability, meaning that everybody, should know that what are their roles, responsibility, their expected duties, and of course, how they can push the boundary. So we hope that with this guiding principle, our staff will become more free, but we'll work harder. I think that is the more important part from our. We'll work harder and spend more time in with full commitment in their jobs. Okay, so we have looked at the total ecosystem. That is under this Sejahtera academic framework, and let me maybe just highlight 1 or 2 points here. Number one is, of course, based on the vision and mission and talking about the humanizing education, and on number 3 there, we talk about the pillars of education, not only learning to know, learning to do, but also to live together and to be, and at the time is to become. So one of the successful things that, as mentioned by our Tan Sri Rector just now, is we have what we call university required courses. So this university required courses actually should define the type or the brand of our graduates, because these courses are taken by all undergraduate students. And also we have a university required courses for postgraduate students also. So this university required courses. So for the past 1 or 2 years, we have revised our university required courses. And part of this new Sejahtera academic framework, there is what we have now. We have a course in sustainability. Okay, this is related to our RCE Gombak project. Okay, and also we are talking about going to the community. This is talking about the community university. Okay, so these courses are required for all undergraduate students. The one that we're talking about, the real community project, is there are 2 semesters of work. The first semester, they are going to identify the community that they are going to work with. They're going to do the profiling, looking at all aspects, and then after that, they will prepare a report and how and what type of contributions that they can do. So when they come to the second semester, then they will implement the projects, and we hope that at the end of the day, we can transform the community. So and in terms of assessment also, I think it's a lot of intangible assessments here. Talking about the volunteerism, teamwork, leadership, as well as how their project will change and transform the community. So I guess this is one of the important effort that we are making towards this. And of course, we also have other university required courses that deal with the values, attitudes, behavioral, and of course, leadership attributes, and of course the communication skills of our students. So those are the curriculum. But like we mentioned, we also want to promote the experiential learning in their, what we call, where we say under social, the mahallah, the community. This is the experiential learning that they are doing in the when they are together with their colleagues, and where they are doing a lot of also volunteering projects. Okay, so we hope that with this, then we hope that we are going to produce a better graduates, future leaders that will become the agent of change, that are concerned about the problems facing the community, not only concerned about their salary. Otherwise normally they just concerned about what is their salary, how much they want to get. But they should be also concerned about the well-being of the community, of the planet, of the society, I think this is the awareness that is very, very important. Okay, so the last slide that I have is maybe this is sort of like summary. So we are trying to create a transformative education ecosystem through this Sejahtera academic framework. So we have the various initiatives offering flexible transdisciplinary curriculum, robust content delivery, talking about innovative, conducive environment for experiential learning, culturally responsive and value-based pedagogy and assessment, good governance, flexibility and accountability, flexible learning access for global community, strengthen the competency of educators and administrators as murabbi. He is a mentor, a good example, become an example for other colleagues and students, as well as implementing integrated academic system and database. So I think with that, thank you very much, Dr. Chairperson.
Thank you, Prof. Faris. Now, I would like to invite Professor Dr. Ahmad Hafiz Zulkifli, our Deputy Rector of Responsible Research and Innovation, to deliver his speech on the role of academics in responsible research for community transformation. The floor is yours, Prof. Hafiz.
Thank you, Madam. Welcome to everybody, especially Tan Sri Zon, Prof. Faris, Prof. Nalida, our guests, brothers and sisters. So I'm waiting for them to bring me the computer. But actually, what is responsible research and innovation? Okay, it's a research. If let's say we quote when Tan Sri Zon introduced it here in 2018, he mentioned that it's referred to research that engage to the community. In other words, responsible research requires involving the community and public at large in the process of research. So research is not just do with your hands. It's not only the brain that you use to think about the research that you're going to do, but you must put your heart into it so that it becomes complete research. This is the challenge. And the most difficult part where your heart is in the research. So whatever happens, okay, whatever Prof. Faris has mentioned, to bring in the community in, if your heart is not there, you might end up in the middle, or you may run away from your projects or from your research. And it's biggest challenge to become a researcher, where you want to put not only your brain, if you're just to put your brain in the research, everybody can study and come up with any research projects. But the toughest part is where you're going to put your heart in this research. And this is where the community involvement. And when you involve the community in your research, you don't want to get what we call it, the results there and then. It may take years. The result may take years. This is where you need to put your heart together with your brain and your hands and do it together. If let's say we can't do that, that's the biggest challenge. And that is the biggest challenge when I took this office. And to change people's mindset from whatever research that they want to do and to get involved with the community. Okay. It's not yet ready. But it's all to deliberate the focus of research and the products of innovation is to achieve social environmental benefits with involvements of society, for the society, to the society, and with the society, following the maqasid ash-shari'ah. So that's the main thing. Okay. And this is to ensure, no battery. This is to ensure that research benefits the community and the ummah at large by addressing societal problems and contributing towards elevating the quality of life of present and future generations. Now, even for medical research, we are not just talking about the outcome of the patients, but we are talking about the quality of life. If, let's say, you change the knee for patients who are elderly, and it's not about the patient's results, there's no pain, nothing, but how much the patient can actually use the quality of life by changing the knee. Okay, this is something that new, and it's more of community engagements and community involvement that will look into the results that you are going to do. Okay, so we have our framework, and we are looking at the conduct of research and innovations, and we're going to look at the positive impact of society, environment. It must be ethical and safe conduct, socially desirable, sustainable, and it must have some sort of high-touch community engagement. And beside that, we also want to have a research leaders and innovators which have the skills and competency and the guided career pathway, if let's say they want to stay here, and the high value, Khalifah, and this is the UIA versions of Sejahtera self, okay, and where this is very important. Besides that, we also have our enabling ecosystem, the policies and procedures, the facilities, funds that are available, the informations that we guide our researcher, and beside that, our human resource. Okay, in Sejahtera academic framework, you mentioned that the Khalifah, the khair, just now, responsibility is to guide people towards Siratal Mustaqim. This is the pathway that we want to do. Allah's road to righteousness and to serve as an example for others. No matter their views of religions, all people are designated as Khalifah. Here's our step. Okay. The role of academics in responsible research for community transformations, there are several roles. First, research conduct is based on correct values and firmly grounded on the principle of maqasid sharia. And two, providing the community with a workable solutions and solving real-world problems facing humanity to fulfill aims to become rahmatan lil alamin. Third, sharing knowledge and experience to empower new researcher, sharing of knowledge for the betterment of ummah, and the world should be seen as sadaqah. This is part of the things that we do. Then we don't ask for reward from whatever we have done. Okay, and to work on multidisciplinary between all research cluster in IIUM with the aim to contribute towards needs of the community. And the most important thing that it must give impact to community. This is the worst thing that for the university, how we're going to measure impact to community. So far, we have measured how many papers that they publish, how many papers that have impact, how many ringgit that they bring in from the research. But the impact to community was a most difficult thing to measure. How much change that they give, how much change they have changed the life of a person in the community. This is another thing that I think maybe the university need to look at beside the KPI that we have. Okay, these are another things that we have a research on. Okay, transferring knowledge to staff of Rumah Ihsan. This is one project towards improvements of elderly quality of life through early detections of mild cognitive and preventions of dementia, impairment at Rumah Ihsan Dungun. This is part of the project that we have, where we go to the Rumah Rumah Ihsan or the elderly house, where we make a program with them, and we have activities with them, and we already have not only for the person that we met but also for the staff that go there. The impact is both sides. Okay, and this is something that a very good outcome from there. Okay, they have at least 11 outcome and impact. And we also have what we call it promoting exercise in older people for healthy aging throughout knowledge transfer program. This is where we do in Kuantan with the for the elderly place, and this is where we have funded by the KTP, our own fund, KTP RICS, and we have actually touched the people. If let's say we really go to them, not only with the hands that we work, it's not only for the brain that have think, but also the heart that have mercy and also have love to do this. And without these three components, the hands, the brain, and the heart, I think this project or the community engagement or community transformation may not happen. These are from other Kulliyyah, from engineering, language, and in heart also have this project. Okay, and through this responsible research and innovations, the university hopes to establish a clearer direction for its research and innovation activities, which it believes must be determined on the extent to which such activities will benefit the society and communities socially and environmentally. In essence, the expected outcomes of any research undertaking within the responsible research and innovation framework cannot be less than beneficial to the society and environment towards achieving the university objective of search for rahmatan lil alamin. And we also want to have an impact measurement outcome to be implemented in the university and how each of the research that we have done have impact on the society. This is a challenge not for the researcher, but also for the university administrators, how to going to look into this. And with this, the impact measurements outcome, I think we can actually give more benefits to the research that we have done, not only about the publications in world of science publications, but also the impact that have to the community. If let's say we be able to measure this, then I think it's a great thing that how research can actually change the community. I think with that, thank you very much.
Thank you, Prof. Prof. Hafiz. Now I would like to open the floor to questions for either Tan Sri Zulkifli or Prof. Ahmad Faris or Prof. Ahmad Hafiz. Yeah, the Q&A session now.
Any questions? Including online? Okay. Maybe still too early to ask questions.
Maybe I can pose one question for you, Tan Sri Zulkifli. Having gone through your experiences, in leading the way for the Sejahtera, among the many projects that you have been involved, can you share with us the one which really unique or special to you?
Thank you. It's a difficult question, but I think my motivation for this is basically when I see how education has been, quote unquote, corrupted by the marketplace. I was a student 50 years ago, that long, but my student days were very different from the student days now. My student days were the days that what we are trying to do today. I have the flexibility of thinking. I can work with my colleagues. I don't even have to consult the university. We do because we think we believe this is what education is all about. For example, early in my days, we run a tuition class every weekend. We go down to the villages and give them tuition classes, English, maths. And because we know these are the students who are not well prepared for this, so that they go to school on Monday, at least they are prepared of what they have missed. And this is something that we do out of our own passion, if you want to call it that way. And there's no credits, there's no marks, nobody even know we go this. We organize our own, we use our own money, And that's the kind of commitment we have got to education then. But now you ask them, oh, 1 credit for this is too small. I want 3 credits for this. Are you working for the credits or are you working for the people? If you're working for the credit, then you're not working for education. You're working for yourself. How do you bring this about, as an educationist now, and as a person who is a learner, how do we actually make sure that education is education? It's not about marketability, it's not about employability. It is important, but as we said, if you are not a human being, you go to the market, you corrupt the market. Malaysia is in a very embarrassing state where all leaders are corrupted. And they still smile in the TV and as though nothing is happening. So how do you bring back this value dalam masyarakat kita Melayu? Malu is a very important word. Tapi malu ni mesti bertempat. Kita malu, we are ashamed. The word malu. We are ashamed because we don't have a Mercedes-Benz. We are ashamed because we don't have a house. We are not ashamed because we are corrupted. We are corrupted. We are still okay. We drive this Mercedes-Benz. We think we are okay. So the definition of success is difficult. And now that I am heading an institution and I've got some 50 years experience, and my mentor is also here, Professor Muhammad Haji Saleh. Yeah. We have to do something about this. Otherwise, I'm not doing my duty. I can have a nice time in the IIUM. Let's do what other people do. But this university is not other universities. We are unique. We've got the Rahmatan lil Alamin, we've got the Amanah, we've got this Ikra. Where do we show this? If it's just like another MU, USM, I can make this another USM, not that difficult. But we are not USM, although I am part of USM. So how do you make this change? I think this is the passion that I've got. Until the change happens, then I will not stop. And that's what I want you to have. I want this virus or infection, I want to give it to Nurlida. And Nurlida can infect the students. And once we've got all this in infections, I think we can go. This is a duty. This is an amanah. There's no compromise on this. I cannot say I want to be a rector, but I just want A, B, C, D. I don't want to, the question of visa. Another big question. I cannot say visa ni Faris punya. I have nothing to do with it. We are all in this together, and I see also my colleague from Korea. They have started the Sejahtera Center long before we did. They sold Sajatra better than we do. I was told, Siwan, correct me, I'm wrong. Last 2 years, 100,000 people went to the Sejahtera Center. 100,000 people went. How many people come to your UIA to learn about something? They are not even in university. 100,000 people came from the younger to the low. And this is what attracts them. Why people are not attracted to the university? Because we are not telling them anything new. So this is our role, this is our activity, and I hope this 20th of Sajatra will put this into our soul, our heart, and make us a different person altogether. And my colleague from New Zealand, she's part Maori. We had a long discussion last night over dinner. She didn't even eat because she talks all the time. How the Maoris look at water as another human being. You dirty the water is almost like murdering another human being. That's the kind of value that they have got. Here we dirty our river, we are still okay. You can be charged to court for dirtying of water because you're almost like, I think she will talk about it. I don't want to steal the thunder from her. Other people are doing this differently. Why are we still at the all marking time? We are not moving. Islam is a very progressive religion. We are not showing the progression. How do you do this? That's the passion that I've got. You know, sorry if I sound very preachy, but you know, you touch my nerve. I think that's what we want to do, and I hope we can do this together, inshallah. Thank you very much.
We have one question from Professor Dr. Jamaluddin Abdul Rahman, addressing to Tan Sri. How to ensure that the vision and initiative we are doing now can sustain or become better over the time. In Malaysia, a new leader, especially if he or she is coming from outside, always come and create a new vision or initiative.
Yeah, I think this is what education is all about. It's a contestation of ideas. You know, so if my idea is better than your idea, then my idea should take precedence. It doesn't matter who am I. I've got a story, I think, when I was a USM vice chancellor. Yeah, a road sweeper come to me and say, no, you are not sweeping the road well. Dia pakai buluh lidi. Sebenarnya he wants a bamboo, a broom, not this coconut leaf broom, because he says that's a better what you call broom to sweep the road. And he has got 30 experience sweeping the road, 30 years experience. I don't have 1 day's experience in sweeping the road. And yet I tell him which broom to use. Now he's telling me to sweep the road clean, you must use this broom. And I call my development office people and say, why do you give him the wrong broom? He says, it's our standard operating procedure. Who write this standard operating procedure? We wrote. How many of you have swept the road before? Nobody. Now, what right have you got to write and tell this expert who has been sweeping the road for 30 years to use whatever broom? So university is about contestation of ideas. And that's why we need to talk about it all the time. The prime minister, the minister may say something else. We need to contest that idea. If the idea is good, we take it on. If the idea is no good, we criticize it. That's our role. Not because the prime minister and therefore we say, yes, sir. And then the country runs into a rot. Just because of the minister, we say, yes, ma'am. And then the country runs into a rot. We are not doing our duty. Our duty is to teach everybody, including the top notch, because that's our duty. If they don't want to accept this, it's their business. But our business is to tell them when they have gone wrong and whether the idea is workable at the Putida. You know? And now, for example, when we are running into this COVID, there's many things that we need to tell them because we are the expert. Nurida is the expert on teaching, and Sahari expert on measurement. The minister is not expert on education. But yet when the minister says something, we say, yes, sir. You know, sometimes it's against what we believe. And we are not performing. If you want to sustain it, you must have that courage. If you don't have that courage, I think you're in the wrong place. You should go to the ministry. You know, here we want people with courage. We can say and talk facts and talk sense. We've got evidence to say what we are saying. I'm not saying this just to criticize you. I'm saying this because the evidence are saying this. And we are representing the future generation, mind you. We are not talking about ourselves. My children, my great children, my great-grandchildren, also yours, will depend on what we do today. If we fail to do today, we are failing them, then they will come and eat us up. And we deserve it. So this courage is what we don't have in Malaysia. This courage is something that is not here in Malaysia. Our power distance is so high that we need to close it up. We have got the confidence to do it. And Sajatra academic framework, no other university has got the Sajatra academic framework. We've got it, but we are not using it. We need to use it. And inshallah, we will be there. Yeah?
Thank you, Tan Sri. I think we are in a complete agreement that, if only we allow those with the vast experiences to lead the way, inshallah, we can achieve the concept of Sajatra very soon. Okay.
The student must be properly guided because the students are very political also. Yeah, they are just like us. Yeah, when the politician talk, they will say yes, and then we are running into trouble. They must be properly guided. They must be properly taught, and this is what the course is all about. They must have their own experience in the community. Then they know what the community looks like, and that's why when they go and clean the flood, they come and say 3 days in the community, I learned a lot more than 3 years in the university. You know, so we need to open up and this empowerment that Faris is talking about.
Oh, okay, we have a question. Can you use the mic? Yeah.
Yeah. My name has been mentioned.
Can you remove your? So they can hear you.
Yes. I must congratulate UIA for the many, many great ideas on education. But you are developing the beautiful flowers, the nice shoots, while the tree itself is dying. So I think we should quickly go back to the roots and solve it there. Unless it's solved there, nothing will come out of your flowers. No fruits will come in. So we don't seem to have intelligent ministers of education for a long time. I think I'm a poet, I can be angry. We should have IQ tests for ministers. If you want to be Minister of Education, you must know about education. How can you be a Minister of Education without knowing anything about education itself? So not only in that department, in that ministry, all other ministries too. How can we be led by people who don't know what they are leading? That. So Tan Sri and friends from the university, please retract a little, go to the classes, look at the system, go to Norway, go to some other countries where they seem to have found the way, the middle way of extracting wisdom and also Sajatra from the children. And it is a sad day indeed every year when students raise up these placards of 9 A's. 9 A's. Who cares? Who cares? But many people seem to care. Yeah, and that doesn't make a human being. And what we are trying to do in education is build good human beings, as you are doing here. So let's go back to the classes. Let's go back to the ministers. Let's ask them to come to this Senate hall and discuss things that they want for the country, why they want these things for the country. And your balanced individual answering has become a balance sheet individuals. And this is indeed very sad. Yeah. So the you know what I mean, yeah? We need to go back quickly before it's too late to solve anything. And your flowers will wilt and your tree will die. Thank you.
Thank you for the reminder. Yes, we always need to look back, and as what we have in Islam, the concept of muhasabah diri, right? To review what we have planned so that we can fix whatever that needs to be fixed along the way, inshallah. Okay. Okay. Yes, we have one question.
Warm greetings. I hadn't really wanted to speak at this point, but I can't resist thanking you, Professor, for your framework of responsible research and innovation. And I think we'll have lots more to talk about. So in many ways, this is an acknowledgement of the creativity that the three of you as academic leaders have shared. As Professor Zulkifli knows, all my research has been in responsibility. And so I'm looking forward to some more conversation. But it seems to me this is, I'd just be interested in your comments, because I see that you're using this to orient students to the community. And so I'm feeling very excited about the way you're developing this framework. And the way you're all commenting on, you know, education as a capital or as the commercialization of education. This seems to me one of the most profound ways that we can transform or shift quite away from that framework. So I was interested in, you know, how you came to this framework of responsible research, and perhaps have you written more about it? I'm looking forward to more sharing, but I think it's one of the roots, the deep roots where we can shift and have a tree that will grow for a very long time.
Thank you. Actually, it's not easy. When it started 2018, take us about a year to think about it, brainstorming and sit down. By 2020, when the MCO was there, where time for us to sit down, that's the framework come out. Where after we look into this, the ambience that we have in the university and what we want to achieve. By 2021, all research that go through our research center already have at least to put the SDG, what they want to do. And some may have 1 or 2, some may have 3 SDG they want to tackle. And the other thing is that when we start this, it was a silo research, engineering with engineering, medicine with medicine, arts with arts. But now we open up to multidiscipline and also transdiscipline. So it crossed not only from here in Gombak, we have 3 campus, 1 in Kuantan, 1 in Pagoh. So these 3 campus, now the research can be started by medicine, the members can be engineering, and also by people from language or something that arts can be in. So we open up now. The way that we do research is more open and transdisciplinary and more of community engagement. Yeah. Last time when we start this, the ministry never looked at us because we was not at that level. But now we become one of the center that they look at to learn how we engage with the community. So I think it's a good thing for us if we can have some collaborations with you, and this is a good thing for us to learn also from it.
Medicine is not only responsibility, also responsibility. Not like IA, yeah, fantastic.
We have the last question.
I think we are really we're running behind time.
Oh.
So we're supposed to break at 10:10.
Yeah.
Otherwise, you know,
Sorry that-
I'm very happy that we started dialogue. It's just that we might impact the next session. Inshallah, yes.
Okay, with that, we shall have our morning tea break at the banquet hall, and hopefully everyone can be here by supposed to be by 10:40, inshallah.
Maybe 10:45.
Okay, we can make it at 10.
Sure,
Oh,
inshallah.
I am so sorry. We would
It's
like to
okay.
invite Professor Norida to hand over our token of appreciation to our three distinguished speakers, Tan Sri Zulkifli, Prof. Faris, and Prof. Hafiz. Okay, thank you, everyone. The tea is served at the banquet hall.
Waalaikumsalam. Ya ke? Ah, nice. Besar kan? Oh, and lash yang di screen. Ah, nice. Masa kelakar dulu kan ni ingat tak dulu masa sebelum dia kecilkan feature process tu, dia macam scroll ke bawah. So yang ni dia just nice lah. Macam ni just nice lah. Okay. So nanti kita tunjuk yang ni. Bagi dua tab boleh? Bagi satu tab? Another tab. Tab. Micro-credential. So maksudnya bila MC tunjuk kata we are launching ataupun yang kita tunjuk kita tahu kata community ada konsep tu kan. So maknanya mula-mula kita kata launching lepas tu lepas tadi roll je. So sementara itu kita akan ada concert. Lihat ada concert dan kita pada tag. Suka tak ada tag. Kita kata ada concert apa tu kan daripada kita just so kita dah prepare. And then you like to know more, and then you could just take from the screen. So maknanya nampak lah bukan skrip tau, tak adalah nampak kosong. Because what kita nak tahu kita ada kita buat je. Kita ni. Tapi bila kita cakap ada so maknanya good lah dekat screen ni dia nampak macam ni. Nampak full kan? Nice ah, full eh? Saya rasa nice because sebelum tu saya bagi yang featured course besar sangat. So yang ni saya bagi dia kecil. So just nice for the screen lah. Masa apa?
Saya update lah Cik Anuzi sebab kami duk syuting dengan dia. Ni lah nak launchingnya. Saya cakap dia syuting setiap Sabtu Ahad.
Oh, tak ada rezeki tahu lah kan? Oh, okay. Okay, nice. Okay, so ready tak? Okay, from the national class tadi. Saya sisi dekat ni. Saya sisi dekat mana tu? Ini. Kita masuk di bawah. Oh, okey. Dan. Yang saya ingat. Abdul. Oh ya, tapi orang lain nampak. Oh, tapi orang dah nampak live tapi ya. Kita buatlah. Pasal nanti orang dah nampak live kan. Pasal ini orang nampak ni live. Oh, tak boleh lah. Ni tak dia pause. Dia pause. Dia pause. Tadi asalnya macam dia pause. Harapnya dia pause lah. Jangan tak pause lah. Dan sepatutnya dia kena pause lah. Dia kena pause tak lain lah. Dia tak pause pula kan. Jadi kami 15 minit start. Dia kena OBN. Dalam Zoom tak tahu dia Rauf tentu dekat.
Ada background. Itu tak pause. Kita tengok live juga video.
Tengok. Oh, sound mixer. Maksudnya tengah pause kan? Dia tak boleh pause. Itu tak boleh pause. Dia tak boleh pause. Dia tukar background. Dia tak tukar background lain. Oh, tukar background. Tukar background. Background boleh lah. Kalau pause memang tak boleh lah. Kalau pause
The Sanskrit
Mic. So you face dia lah nanti kita mic. Mic mana? Mic off.
Dia nak start saya panggil dia sekarang. Kena panggil dah, sudah orang on the way. Sorry, you kena kuat sikit. Dia kena bergema, tak bergema. Sebab kita orang ada di belakang. Mana ada kat YouTube kata, ini suara aktif lah. Yang sini lepas lembut. Sebab dia apa? Dia relax je dia. Kan lepas ni dia. Tinggal tadi tak orang ni dia datang ni tinggal. Dia akan explain further what is ATA about. So nanti dia pernah kita ada Before break je. Copy and speak.
Start now or
Can wait for it. It's on the way. Okay. Dengan puan Sri, puan Sri. Jika tadi kita dah buat, kita duduk orang lain.
dah start dah. Okay, Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Welcome back, everyone. We shall move on to our next session. So without further ado, I would like to invite Dr. Aini Arifah binti Abdul Karim, Penolong Ketua Pengarah Bahagian Pengurusan Sekolah Berasrama Penuh Kementerian Pendidikan Malaysia to present her talk on Sejahtera at SGE. Dipersilakan.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Thank you to the MC, professors, to the respected professors, associate professors, audience of 20 years of Sejahtera Symposium. I am Aini Arifah binti Abdul Karim. I'm the Principal Assistant Director of Fully Residential Schools Division, Ministry of Education. So today, I would like to share a bit on the Sejahtera program done by the schools from the Ministry of Education. So as you can see, the title of my, it's not moving. The title of my presentation is Sejahtera at SGE. So what does SGE mean? SGE stands for the Schools of Global Excellence. Tan Sri, welcome, Tan Sri. You were not here when I greeted you. So, okay, it's okay. So SGE stands for Schools of Global Excellence. Okay, Schools of Global Excellence is defined as high-performing schools that have a distinctive and unique ethos, characters, distinctive identity, and have global standards in all aspects of education. So these schools have a very high and excellent work culture, tradition, developing human model holistically and continuously, and they can compete on the international stage and become the national flagship schools. So where are the schools of global excellence? So we have 10 schools of global excellence all across Peninsular Malaysia only. We have 2 from Perak, which is the Malay College Kuala Kangsar and Sekolah Tunku Abdul Rahman Star in Ipoh. And then we have 2 from Selangor, which is SBP Integrasi Gombak, very near to UIA. And then we have Sekolah Sri Putri in Cyberjaya, very near to our office. 1 from Putrajaya, Sekolah Sultan Alam Shah, very near to the Ministry's office. And then we have 2 from Negeri Sembilan, which is Tunku Kusha College and also Sekolah Dato' Abdul Razak Sedar. 1 all the way in Kelantan, Sekolah Menengah Sains Tunku Faris Muhammad Petra. And 1 from Terengganu, Sekolah Menengah Sains Sultan Mahmud, and 1 all the way down south to Johor Bahru, very near to Singapore, which is Sekolah Tun Fatimah. Okay, if you want to ask me how to get your kids to all these schools, then we can have another talk session on this. So what is Sejahtera SGE? So the Sejahtera SGE program was introduced by the Sejahtera Center for Sustainability and Humanity, IIUM, in collaboration with the Fully Residential Schools Management Division, MOE. So we call the Fully Residential Schools Management Division is BPSBP, Bahagian Pengurusan Sekolah Berasrama Penuh. So Sejahtera SGE program refers to a sustainable lifestyle, implementing continuous programs, adapting noble values in the practice of daily life, as well as changing human attitudes and behavior. So how do these schools implement the Sejahtera program? We have them to identify existing programs that can be inserted into the Sejahtera program. And then we have the student affairs committees appointed to manage all the programs. And also we have them ensure that the program covers all across the areas practiced in schools, including management and also operations. And these are the objectives of the program: to produce human capital that can apply good values in life, to cultivate values of humanity among school citizens, to sustain a balanced and conducive environment. And the expected outcomes of this program are to foster team spirit within the students, instilling a sense of responsibility in the students by requiring them to complete the tasks that have been assigned to them, to nurture kindness and help one another in the spirit of generosity by assisting friends who are less fortunate financially, and encouraging love for the environment and developing a sense of gratitude of what they have now. In case you've been wondering, the Sejahtera at SGE and Sekolahku Sejahtera that was launched by the Ministry of Education is not the same program. We have launched the Sejahtera SGE way before, which is in 3rd of May 2021, where the Sekolahku Sejahtera was launched by the Ministry of Education on the 21st of February 2022. So the Sekolahku Sejahtera is more of an awareness program to ensure that the school is safe and to reduce cases like bullying, gangsterism, and vandalism, whereas Sejahtera SGE, we have more explicit objectives and expected outcomes. The characteristics of the Sejahtera at SGE program, more or less, we have for example, we have best practices of exemplary leadership. We have teamwork. We are spreading awareness. We have batch system networking, and we have student-centered and full involvement from every aspects, from every citizen of the schools. We have competition, and we also have community service. So this is the mapping of the Sejahtera schools, Sejahtera at SGE. So this is where these are the names of the programs that have been carried out by the schools. For example, if you look at Intergom, our neighbor here from UIA, they have Sejahtera Neighborhood Program, Sejahtera Green Project, and Al-Quran in My Heart. If we look at Faris Petra in Kelantan, they have Icon Sejahtera, Go Green, Yang Hufaz Sejahtera, Kenangan House Sejahtera, and Asramaku Sejahtera Sokmo. So there's all sorts of names of the programs that they've been using in order to make the program more catchy, more interesting, so that all the students will be interested to join and the teachers will be happy to be joining these programs too. All right, let's go to the next slide. So these are the concept that after we go through the reports of every school, we found out there are some concepts that they've been used in order to involve their kids into this program. We have a program that can actually make them give recognition to the students who have shown courteous attitude to further tighten the relationship. We have like to further self-actualization. And then we have programs that involve environment, the community, educational. So the educational program is one of the most interesting ones because they carry activities with the primary schools next around them, and also indigenous schools, sekolah orang asli. So they help these students from primary schools and also indigenous schools to increase their literacy. And also they have Al-Quran recital and memorizing the Quran. This is from Faris Petra. So we have students from Faris Petra actually memorize the Quran to compete in the program, in this program. We also have self-development and self-love and health. One of the school who has done this is Sekolah Tunku Abdul Rahman in Ipoh. They have health program, health talk, and they also have, most of them have volunteerism. They go to old folks' house, they go to their friends who are not as fortunate as them, to enhance the students' empathy. And then last but not least, all this concept, they must have teamwork. Everything must be done in a team. Okay, now we go on to the interesting part, the photos. Okay, all right. So if you look at this, this is from SBPI Gombak. What they did was, since this program started last year, it was during the MCO. So the teachers asked the students to actually plant very easy plants those are easy to grow, like lemongrass, pandan leaves, all those kaffir leaves, brinjals and everything. They do it themselves at home, and then they learn how to compost organic compost. And then after the school reopens, they replant and repot them in the school garden. So the school citizens will benefit from the plants that they have planted. This is the school garden. Okay, if you look at this, same thing. This is also SBPI Gombak. The schools have been very, very even more green than before. This is Sekolah Sri Putri, where they have their plant, they buy plant and they go to the SK Melut in Dengkil, the indigenous school. They help clean the school in Dengkil, SK Melut, the indigenous school. So these are what the Sekolah Sri Putri did, students of Sekolah Sri Putri did. Okay, this is MCKK, the Malay College Sekolah Kangsar. What they did was they invited students from SK post-war to go to their school so that they can teach them literacy programs, reading, telling stories, to enhance their English programs, enhance their English skills, English talking skills. If you look at this picture below here, we have the MCKK students being briefed by the teachers on how to care the students. And then they have this, and then when the students arrive, the SK post-war students arrive, they greet them, they have ice breaking, and they did activities with the students. These are food baskets by MCKK given out to those less fortunate. They even the students pack the food baskets themselves. This is from Terengganu, where they send food and necessities to the kampung village. Okay, the students carry them themselves and send to the less fortunate friends. Here is SBPI Gombak. This is one of their friends who are not as fortunate as them. So they send food to this family. Okay, this is Sekolah Tun Fatimah. Sekolah Tun Fatimah did a very interesting activity where they actually cleaned the zoo. They actually went to the zoo and they buy food for the animals. So they fed the animals. Not only do they give food to their friends and all the less fortunate people, they also give food to the zoo and they clean the zoo. So it's very interesting. Okay, and then so this is also STF, Sekolah Tun Fatimah, where they have they brush their entrepreneurship skills for their leadership legacy, and they invited their alumni. This is the first Master Chef Malaysia, the first Malaysian Master Chef, Dr. Ezani Monoto, who was also alumni of STF. So she came to STF to help her super juniors with cooking and selling, all sorts of stuff. Okay, so this is a health program done by Sekolah Alam Shah and also STAR. They have they invited their alumni, doctors who went to their school before, alumni of STAR, to give health talks and also give demonstration on how to, do first aid and also physiotherapy session. This is also a session. They invited a professor from psychology counseling unit from University Malaya to talk about mental health, release your stress. So these are the things that Students have been here. Okay, so this is the program where they have the competition of memorizing the Quran. Some of the students have actually memorized the Quran and they have competition. So they give money, tokens, and vouchers to those who want, to the winners of this competition. This is from Faris Petra. And they also have competition on to create a Sejahtera logo. And then they give money and they, all sorts of all kinds of prizes to the winners. So the first place, I think, is this one. This is the first logo. This is the logo that won first place. The second one is this one, the green one, and the white circle one won third place. I'm not sure what that means. It's like, yeah. All right. Okay, so this is from College Tunku Kusiah. This is not Tunku Kusiah's work. This is actually SK Jijan's or SKLB Johnson students' work. They promote work activities that you should, they actually collaborated online during the MCO. Then they asked the students, the primary school students, to come up with activities that should be done or any theme. They come up with themes and they ask the primary school students to do the assignments, and then the students submit the assignments to them. So these are the primary school kids' assignment. These are the assignment that was sent to the primary school, done by the TKC students. All right. So to summarize, what every Sejahtera programs have taught the School of Global Excellence students and make them discover things that they really find within the school compound and in the classroom. Our students become more empathy and they have become more grateful. They have more love for the environment, more love for their neighbors, their family and schools, and also themselves. They also have more confidence and are braver, and they have matured in the process of going through this program. So as our Tan Sri have said before, according to UNESCO, sustainable development cannot be achieved by technological solutions, political games, or through financial instruments alone. We need to change the way we think and act. So this requires quality education and learning for sustainable development at various levels, including in various social contexts. With that, thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Aini Arifah, for your sharing session. Now, we are indeed honored today to have our fourth presenter who has come all the way from South Korea, Ms. Soo Yeon Park, a research associate from the Institute for Educational Research at Yonsei University, to share with us her speech entitled entitled EE and ESD on the National Curriculum in South Korea. Please welcome Ms. Soo Yeon Park.
Okay. Should I turn on my video here? Oh, yeah. Okay, then many people can see. Okay, hello everybody. Good morning, almost good afternoon. But I'm very honored to be here with you and share the situation of environmental education and education for sustainable development in Korea. According to my recent research, actually, many of you, I think, and you will expect the Sajatra in Korea. I'm going to present the Sajatra in Korea, but because I left Sajatra Center 2 years ago, so now I'm going to talk about more big, how can I be big pictures of the Korea, and then if you have an interest about the Sajatra in Tongyeong, I'm going to talk with you impersonally. And my name is Soo Yeon Park, and I'm a PhD candidate in Yonsei University in South Korea, Seoul. And I worked for RC Tongyeong for 10 years, from 2011 to 2021. And as many of you know, and then also Professor Ju mentioned before, RC Tongyeong opened RC Tongyeong Sajatra Center and Forest in 2015. And at the opening ceremony, Professor Ju Rajak introduced us with philosophy Sajatra head. And I'm very excited to be here because I'm in the core of the Sajatra. So that's right. Yeah, I am very happy to be here and learn about your 20 years of Sajatra movement. And this is the map of Korea. And in this map, you can see recognize the color, that is the administrative areas. We have 17 provinces, I mean, the total 17, 9 provinces and 8 metropolitan cities. And there are office of education respectively. So they have autonomy to plan their own education plan. But we still have very strong national curriculum guideline to all schools have to follow. But that is only the guideline. So within the national guideline curriculum boundary, each provincial office of education make their own curriculum, own plan, and implement education every year. And as known as Seoul is the capital of South Korea, which there are lots of many infrastructures of education, culture, and industries are all to get concentrated on in the Seoul. So that's why the government decide to move the government office to other city because they want to make the administrative capital city. That is the Sejong. That is where I am now. So I live in the to-be administrative capital city. And the Tongyang is the very south part, the very beautiful scenery and marine spaces. And this is the picture of the Tongyang. The left side is the place the opening ceremony were there, and then the right side is the overview of that. There are center and then wetlands and everything here. And this is the Korean government, the kind of organization. We have 18 departments, and then related to EE and ESD, environmental education and education for sustainable development, led by other ministries. The ESD is in the Ministry of Education. Environmental education is in the Ministry of Environment, and ocean education in the Ministry of Ocean and Fisheries. And also forest education we have, that is Korea Forest Service under the Ministry of Agriculture, Food and Rural Affairs. So there is all divided. But the good thing is, only one good thing is, they can put their own budget. So that is good. But sometimes it is duly, I mean, one place can get budget from here and here and here, but the other place cannot get anything. So that's the problem. But still they have budget. That is good thing, I think. But they don't want to collaborate each other. As you know, they're all government officers don't want to collaborate. Yeah, they work separately. Yeah, I want them to get together. Well, anyways, that is the national curriculum in Korea. Since 1954, we have national curriculum, and almost every 10 years, we have revision. Now we have 10th revision from 2015, and also this year, 2022, we will announce the new version of the curriculum. Then all the provincial office of education will change following the national curriculum. So that's why in Korea, because we have very strong national curriculum, it is very important thing for national curriculum can have the environmental education or education for sustainable development policy. So that is my question here. And you can see from the 2007 the enhanced school autonomy, and school and also the provincial office of education, they can get autonomy in organizing and operating a curriculum more and more. So now, and then also the right side, you can see we have in Korean national curriculum, we have a cross-curricular subject, which is we have to taught in every subject. There is a kind of theme. The environmental education, it was included in this cross-curricular subject in 6th revision, and then the education for sustainable development was included in 2007. And also we have independent subject in education, environmental education subject in middle school and high school, but not many schools choose that, so that's the problem also. But still we have that. And this is that kind of organization, the national curriculum they have. And then provincial office of education, they draw up their own education plan. It includes 4 levels of plan. The first one is objective, which is kind of vision for the education of their provincial office. And the practical task for method, and detailed practical task for tool, and then the implementing education program also. And then I found that in 2020 and in 2021, they changed it a lot. I mean, they put environmental education and education for sustainable development policy in their education plan. You can see that 2020 in the objective, 1 among 17, only 1 provincial office of education put their as EE and ESC as their objective, but 2021, 8 of them put EE and ESC in their object. So I thought, what happened to them? Why this happened? And that was my research question. And here is my policy field map. I'm sorry, it's in Korean, but yeah, I'm going to talk to you the more detail next slide with English. But you can see the here arrow, the direction like this. And then in the 2020, there are lots of things happen here. So I want to observe this one, what happened here and how that is impact each other. That is here is, oh, sorry. Okay, here is my kind of conclusion.
That's at school level that the policy is it?
Yes, it's a school level. Yes, it's not university. It's from elementary to high school. Yeah, it is a collection of only the cases with the most arrow among the policy field map. So not everything, but you can see that the most important thing here. This is a part of my paper I wrote, and you can see the first one, there is a school strike from youth group, young people, teenagers. And then there is a second school strike. And then you can see here, the August 17, they, oh, okay, school strike, yeah, like this, yeah. You can see the uniform that she wear, yeah. And then on the July 16th, here, national, there are the parliamentary debate to revise the Environmental Education Act. And this event is organized by environmental education teachers around the nation. I told you there is an independent subject, environmental education. There are only 25 teachers in Korea, whole Korea. So not many teachers, but they are very eager to do everything, especially to change the policies. So that's why they do this. And then the teenagers, they do the after second school strike, they think they are going to meet the superintendent of South Korea. I mean in Seoul. Seoul is the most powerful city. So that's why they decided to go there. The teenager who protested in school strike met with the superintendent of Seoul Metropolitan Office of Education on August 17th, 2019, and delivered the demands of endangered youth. They call themselves endangered youth because they can be endangered. Yeah, so that's why they convey this letter here. Oh, yes, here. And then after that, their demand have a direct impact also metropolitan government and also to Metropolitan Office of Education. So they did joint this declaration of ecological transformative city of Seoul. They have the kind of event. They conduct the event, and then they want to become a ecological transformative city with Seoul. But I'm not sure they are really doing that. But anyway, they do some action, responded to the young people. I think that is the good thing for them to work. And also, after that, on March 13, 2020, a constitutional petition was filed against the government. If it was argued that it was unconstitutional to threaten the lives of future generation, then by just looking at the climate crisis, then they will really be in danger. So they say they kind of sue to the against the government, young people. So they are 15, 16, yes, very, very young. So that kind of activities impact on the, kind of like touch the emotion of the superintendent of all city. So after the 2020 February, we in Gyeongnam province, which is Tongyeong located, and Gyeongnam Provincial Office of Education, they do the emergency declaration ceremony for school environmental education. And then they pushed to the all superintendent of South Korea. And then they did July 9th of 2020, they did emergency declaration ceremony also with the National Council of Governor of Education. So after that, they choose, because they did, they did the action. So they have to put the EE and ESD on their own education plan. So that's why that changes happen, I think. And in the end, it can be seen that EE and ESD could be included in each education curriculum of metropolitan and provincial offices of education in 2020 through including awareness of climate change and demands of youth parties, very young people, and then also rapid organizations of Gyeongnam Provincial Office of Education. So I think that kind of political movement, sometimes I feel, that's nothing, that's just doing by the politicians. But here, I am kind of evidence. I see the evidence political movements can change a lot of things in the whole nations. So that's why I want to share these things to you also. Yeah, even though this is not the Sajatra one, but maybe Sajatra can be the national curriculum in Malaysia sometime, I think. Yeah, and then the remarkable achievement of this kind of activity is changing the enactment or changing the law and the ordinances in the local government. So one of that, the very big one is first one, the fundamentals of education law is the Education Act. This is the in this act, they say everything about the education from elementary to high school. So if we can put something in this act, that can be changed a lot. I mean, continuously we can change. It's not a one-day event or 1 or 2 times event. So they say in that act, that category name is climate change and environmental education. And then the state and local government shall establish and implement necessary policies to ensure that all citizens, it's not only from elementary to high school, it's all citizens until lifelong education is included, and receive ecological transformation education in order to respond to climate change. Now in Korea, ecological transformation education is the term, kind of. Yeah, it's including everything. EE and ESD are all including this word. So you can just think ecological transformation education in Korea means ESD or EE. Yeah, something like that. And now, because the other one is the other act is Green Growth, Carbon Neutral Green Growth Act. That is also that is new one. It's not changed one. It's a new one. So they want to make a carbon neutral city, country, and school in Korea. I know that in Johor Bahru, they have the RC Iskandar did low carbon some projects they did a lot before, but we are now, yeah, it's starting point. And I told you the ministries not collaborate each other, but this time they did. It is very big issue for us. The 6 ministries, Ministry of Education, Environment, and Ocean and Fisheries, Agriculture, Food and Rural Affairs, and Korean Meteorological, Administration. It's about the weather, yes. And then Korea Forest Service. The 6 ministries are together, and then they designate the carbon neutral schools in whole nation, whole around the Korea. So there are 2 types of schools: demonstration schools and T schools. Demonstration schools is they got a small budget. I mean, so that's why they cannot do other thing, but they can reorganizing their school curriculum. So they now 340 demonstration schools are designated in Korea. And then key schools, they got lots of budget, and then they can reorganizing their school facility to be more sustainable. So now 25 key schools are designated by 6 ministry. So yeah, and this is my conclusion of my the recent research. There are this study is for analyze the dynamics in the process of agenda setting, how to be agenda for the social change. And then agenda setting for activating school environment education policy based on Kingdom's multiple stream model. That's the framework there. You don't think about it. And according to that, there are 3 things: problem stream and political stream and policy stream. They go their own line, and then sometimes they can meet policy entrepreneur, and then they do some law, and then the policy window will open, then policy can change. That is the kind of that is the Kingdom's multiple stream is all about. And I thought problem is the awareness of current situation, the climate crisis, and people finally knew that. Yeah, we all knew, but government people finally knew that, and necessary of environmental education goes high in Korea. And the future generation asked, they say, do we have a future? That is their questions. And then they did the school strike very often, 4 times a year. So they, the Provincial Office of Education respond to them. And the politics stream is announcing the comprehensive government plan of Green New Deal. We do the Green New Deal. I think this is not a really green, but I think this is New Deal, but they put just green, but still because the government want to do the Green New Deal, the Ministry of Education did not have any idea about environmental education or ESD before, even though they are in charge of ESD. They don't think about ESD, never. But now they have to do something because of Green New Deal. So they start to the planning for future school with green and smart. But yeah, actually the reality is they do the smart more. But the environmental educators or ESD activists want to do some green things more in the in school. So that is what we can do. And also the policy stream, we change the act. So there is that some changes. And then I thought the policy window opened 2 times. First one is from the young people. When young people meet the superintendent of Seoul, and then they can go to make some green city of Seoul. But at that time, that is not go to the all around the country. So that's why the policy doesn't change it a lot. But the second one is when the National Council of Superintendent of Education, when they make a ceremony for the school and environmental education in school, that time maybe the policy of window open, and then they had to change it a lot about that. Then they did agenda setting, and then they tried to do something for environmental education. So now, actually, when I was working working RC Tongyong in 2011, and until actually almost 2020, environmental education or ESD is a good thing. People think that, but they don't want to put the money on that because it's not urgent thing they thought. But now, because of the situation changed a lot, and also the many people, especially for young people, do the action to the government, that changed a lot, I think. So that is our some changes, recent changes, and then that I want to share with you. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Ms. Soo Yong Park. Because we are running out of time, maybe I can just allow one boiling question from the audience for either Dr. Aini or Ms. Soo Yong Park, if there's any.
I just want to make a comment. I think it's very interesting to compare what Malaysia, Arifah has shown and what Sue has shown. I think they are on a different, on the same direction, but different level. You talk about bigger issues of climate change. We talk about, still the local issues. How do you connect this within the local and the global in the context of code?
I think there is no global or there is no national without local. So that's why local activity and local issue are always the priority, I think. But sometimes we can, we miss something we cannot go through because of there is no policy, because of there is no act. Then if there is a policy, we can go through very easily. But sometimes we need that policy. So I think the local action is first, and then when local is have like enough, we have enough time to make a local actions, then we can make a national action national policy, we can make a national policy to spread to other places in the country. So yeah, I think that is kind of, yes.
Agree about the minister punya sejahtera dengan kita punya sejahtera are not the same. Dan dia punya seronok ada Tuhan pun tak ada. How do you avoid this confusion? Because his is more broad-based because he's a minister. How do you safeguard this confusion?
Yes, that's true. So that's why we always have meetings and online discussions with the teachers involved with from these 10 schools, and always remind them that okay, the Sajatra SGE is the one that with allocation. So the one the ministry is doing is the one is just spreading of awareness and making sure that the school is safe. So there always there's a consistent reminder from our part, and they also know that they're very clear about that because this Sajatra at SGE, we have allocations for them, so they have to know that these allocations are not meant for the other Sajatra but this one. So they always and they report to us too. They send report and they send their budgets to us. So that's why it's very clear cut that this is not the same as the one ministry is doing.
I want to suggest, for example, macam the minister punya sejahtera actually is subsumed under. For example, you talk about safety. You talk about seimbang and harmoni is about safety. You know, but my worry is when you talk about misalnya dari segi ketuhanan tidak ada dalam dia punya. And that's a very key value that we need to put. Dia T dia tak salah saya, what was that? And then A itu akhlak, dia punya artikulasi. These are not value based. Dia punya itu not value based. So
The YBMK is tekun, teliti and terampil is not.
Tekun terampil tu Tuhan itu. So I think there must be a kind of a constant dialogue so that we don't get lost in that sejahtera punya idea. Okay, thanks.
Okay, thank you to Dr. Aini and Ms. Suyon Park for the insightful and eye-opening sessions. Now we shall move on to our next session, and I would like to invite Associate Prof. Dr. Yasir bin Muhammad Mustafa, the Deputy Director of Sejahtera Center, to moderate our next discussion on educational philosophy, communiversity, and Sejahtera. We are pleased today to have with us Professor Emeritus Dr. Muhammad Haji Saleh, our renowned sastrawan negara, and Dr. Batson Martin, Chair of the International Alliance for Responsibility and Sustainable Societies. Unfortunately, Professor Dr. Rostani Hashim, our former Dean of Kulliyyah of Education, is not able to join us today because of an urgent matter. Over to you, Dr. Yasir.
Okay, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh, and a very good afternoon already to all. Tan Sri and Sastrawan Negara Prof. Emeritus Dr. Muhammad Haji Saleh, and we have our second panel, Dr. Batson Martin. Okay, and I will be the moderator for this panel discussions. Okay, we missed the third speaker, the third panelist, Prof. Dr. Rosnani, but because of COVID. So unfortunately, we will only have two panelists today. Okay, let me quickly introduce the two esteemed panelists. Okay, I'm truly honored to be given the chance to moderate this session. Okay, so many experience, so many wisdom to be learned from the two panelists. Okay, let me introduce the first one, Prof. Emeritus Dr. Muhammad Haji Saleh. Okay, Sastrawan Negara, Professor Emeritus Muhammad Haji Saleh. Okay, born in 1942, is a major Malay poet and literacy scholar. He served a professor of Malaysian literature at National University of Malaysia, OUKM. Okay, since 1978, and I believe still serving now. He was honored with the title Sastrawan Negara in 1991. Okay, and then in the year 2008, Prof. Emeritus Muhammad Haji Saleh was nominated as our Tokoh Akademik Negara. Okay, Professor Emeritus Haji Muhammad Saleh Scholarship has focused on aesthetic of the classical Malay literary tradition. His poems often refer to myths and legends of Malay oral tradition, in which genders are mixed with quite differently to in the West. He has also made a name for himself as an essayist, cultural critic, translator, and publisher of Tenggara, a magazine of Southeast Asian literature. Okay, short one. Okay, and the second panelist, Dr. Batson Martin. Quick introduction to the second panelist. Dr. Batson Martin is a chair of International Alliance for Responsibility and Sustainable Societies, focusing on social and economic transition to accord with human interdependence and with Earth ecosystem. Dr. Batson works with national and international organizations such as IUCN. She is a co-chair of ECO, which is an environment and conservation organization, and she is also co-coordinator of Methodist Public Issues. Dr. Batson academic research in ethics and responsibility provide a theme across her works in social, environmental, and economic areas. Ethics aspiration from the principle of Charter for Human Responsibility. Her publications areas include water governance, responsibility and ethics, education for sustainability, and responsibility in law. Yeah, esteemed panelists that we have. Okay, so without further ado, I don't want to take their time. Okay, let us start with the first panelist, our sastrawan negara, Dr. Muhammad Haji Saleh. Okay, the question that I will pose to you. Okay, sorry for the format for this discussion. Okay, there will be a moderated session, a quick moderated session. And then after that, we'll open the floor for questions. Okay, there's so many things to learn from the two esteemed panelists, I believe. Okay, so for this first session, which is a moderated session, I'll invite Prof. Dr. Muhammad Saleh to probably share his wisdom about the topics of our discussion today: education philosophy, common university, and Sejahtera. Okay, you have vast experience as teacher, involving in our education systems. I believe your wisdom would be so valuable for this discussion. You have 10 minutes. Boleh. Okay. 10 minutes.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Rector, ladies and gentlemen. When I came from Kajang this morning, for one, I was full of satay smoke. When I listened to Ms. Park, I was so impressed by what the Koreans are doing at the different levels. And I think we should learn very fast from them. And we can share all this because we live in a small world that is crumbling with the climate change and human change for that matter. So now I don't know what I want to say because of your very good paper. I can perhaps say something about Sajatra. The word Sajatra. There is no Sajatra in the earliest of Malay texts, 1633 in Bodleian, Oxford, Hikayat Sri Rama. And there are no Sajatra in the pantuns, tens of thousands of pantun. There's no Sajatra. No Sajatra in the Syair either. But strangely, there's one Sajatra in an Achinese poem. And that was not very convincing. There's only one. But what I found out, and I'm sure everybody else found out too, this is a new word that we took from Sanskrit. And this was a kind of sophisticated word, like the word social sciences. We threw everything into social sciences, anthropology, sociology, demography, and so on and so on. So that was what happened to the Malay word Sejahtera. In the Sejahtera, there are at least 4 meanings, four central meanings. One, damai. We didn't use the word Sajatra, we used damai in those days. Beautiful word, gentle. Sajatra is keras, damai. At peace, peacefully, absence of war and conflict. Sajatra also means tenang, calm. It means peaceful, which is very important. And with the peace comes makmur, prosperity, and finally, senang, ease. So all these meanings are gathered together to form the nucleus of the idea of Sajatra itself. I came a little late this morning again because of the satay smoke. I don't know what the VC, the director was saying, but I know the beginning of Sajatra was in the Vice Chancellor's office when Zulkifli Razak started to sing in the office of the Vice Chancellor. And I asked the secretary, what did he sing? Was it Elvis Presley or Pat Boone? No, it says Malay tunes. What I want to say is that there was this idea that you can sing in your office, although you are a rector, although you are a VC. And what was so nice is that he opened the door of the office to everybody. Anybody can come in if needed to. This concept of the open office was not present at that time. When he came, he opened up the room and then he rearranged the room in such a way that he was overlooking the Straits of Penang. And over the Straits of Penang to Bukit Mentajam, where I came from. I think the Bukit Mentajam might have contributed to this, this idea. So, and we were also talking about Pak Samad, the sweeper, yeah, who came to Professor Zul, said, I've been working here for 20 years. I've never been to the VC's room. And Professor Zul says, come, let's go up. And up they went. And this Pak Samad saw an old wooden bird, yeah, with a broken wing. He just looked around, they were talking, and he left. The next day, the wing was repaired by Pak Samad. So there was this, how to say, culture of sharing, of not wanting to be serious, too serious about things. And I hear you learn it from the CAP, the Penang Consumer Association, where there was no hierarchy. You work because you wanted to work, yeah? No, there was no hierarchy. And I noticed this for many years. And Professor Zul stopped me, for example, on the street, asking me, have you finished the work that I asked you to? Sounds familiar, yeah. This is jokingly, but why not, yeah? Why has he got to go through the dean or the head of department? But I was happy because he knew I was working. I wanted to show him that I was working also. Okay, so the journey is a long one, starting from the small but important steps. He went over to the concept of the university in a garden, university dalam taman. USM is still a very beautiful campus. 1930s, it was built by the British, and there were a lot of open spaces. except now 2 tall buildings. The rest were smaller buildings, very humane, very kind to the eyes. And Professor Zol wanted this to stay on. And he said, I think like the pantun maker, nature is the metaphor for human life. If you want to know about human beings, you learn from nature itself. So he opened up little lorong lanes, put lights, and did not allow anybody to cut down trees unless he gave the permission, and he never gave permission. I don't know about the other. There's this Durian Valley, small one, you know that, yeah? Durian Valley. I never had a taste of it, but most of the workers, our orang security, they had a taste of it. But it is all shared. Yeah? Everybody liked it, and there's a pond, 2 ponds. And when we moved to Nibung Tebal, there was also another pond. I've never been to the Kuantan campus, but it's a natural surrounding for a very natural act of learning. Why not? Why should we be struggling coming up and down the 100-story buildings so that you can learn something? So this idea that it is Sajatra, you come in, you enjoy yourself, you get to know people, and this was, I think, a very important element. Then he moved on to the Sustainable University, through Apex, of course, at that time, Tan Sri, and with all the more senior universities competing, somehow USM got the title of Apex University. Also very special to us, and still it is on. And again, the implementation of sustainability, that comes with the Apex University. And when Tan Sri moved to USIM, you terrorized the Kampung Baru people. Terrorized Kampung Baru, went to look around what they thought were the important values that kept the people together. Why weren't they quarreling with each other? And this was the Kampung Mizan, Kampung Mizan project. I don't know whether it's still on now. I hope it is on, Okay. And then he also introduced the idea of the arts in the sciences and the sciences in the arts. In those days, and now even, the scientists look down on the arts people, useless people. You don't bring any money. We want money in this country. We want nice balance sheet people. Not for ideas, not the quality of human life itself. And we have been separated from each other, and we have been taught, even now, that if you take the sciences, then you are the superior human being in Malaysia. If you take the arts, you are somebody who might not be able to get a job or even eat or even survive. This doesn't happen to many countries. I have been myself a student here and there. This did not happen, but it is happening in Malaysia at this moment. And we don't correct it and tell our students, it's good to be a human being who has two parts, two elements of knowledge itself. And it's like a person with only one leg moving forward. Often you will fall down. And I think these arts and the sciences, although I think they are not following through, I just passed by your center. It is not doing very well now. The thing about in Malaysia is that good ideas don't follow through. They stop when the boss goes away. Yeah, even very good ideas. So this thing is not working. Okay, so and of course, when Tan Sri comes here, he starts the Sejahtera Center here with our friend here. And it is very important that we realize education and knowledge are very special things, are important elements of life itself. You cannot have just one without the other. And you must join these things together. I don't know what's happening to my grandchildren. They are just digitalized. What are they? Human beings? Yeah. And there's nothing else happening. Yeah. And this is sad. That's why I said we should go back to primary 1, go back to primary 2, and refurbish, realign, so that we don't all become cheap robots bought from some second-class, second-hand workshop here. So that's my little introduction. And I want to say that we should follow Tan Sri in this matter for the future. And I hope the ministry also will listen. I am an angry old man. Angry, very angry and very old. Yeah? Because I have not seen a place in the world like in my own country. What's happening now? So much stress on material success, on marks. Can you imagine? So was it 2 months ago? Yeah, students pasting all over their body the 9 A's, 10 A's, and so on. I think the next year we should take pictures of students who are kind, who share love with each other, who can contribute to the society, contribute to softening climate change, and so on. Forget about these 9 A's. And many people who don't get 9 A's are as good to, I think Shakespeare didn't get 9 A's. Yeah, neither Tun Sri Lanang, many of the others here. So Einstein too, did he pass? yeah, whatever. The idea that we are quite blind to the real thing, but we see things that are not important and give them the importance that they shouldn't have. So there are some other things I would like to say, just to show this Sajatra journey of Tan Sri. I happen to share 3 campuses with him, and I happen to have to write his biography. I know some secrets, but not yet. Some other word. Thank you. Yeah, just a little introduction. What happens when you start to think, when you start to change, when you start to want a better community, a better education. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you so much, Prof. Emeritus Dr. Haji Muhammad Saleh. You gave us your experience, especially relating to Sejahtera and of course Tan Sri. Yeah, and our second panel, Dr. Batson, is coming from all the way from New Zealand. She might have a different perspective on the topic, but I believe throughout her work, her experience, she have encountered Sejahtera many times. So yeah, probably I'd like to invite Dr. Batson to share your wisdom about the topic today.
Morning and greetings. May I start with acknowledging the spiritual realm and then move to acknowledging earth and the atmosphere, and to acknowledge the rivers and the mountains of Kuala Lumpur. And may acknowledge also those who've passed since we last met, and honor them, and we pray for them as they continue in the world beyond our known. Oh, thank you. Where do I will come back to it. Thank you. And so turning to the world in which we are all here, the world of our lives, the world of knowledge and responsibility and education, may I give special thanks and greetings to Professor Zulkifli and to Professor Mohammed and all of the teachers and esteemed people in this university. Thank you for your invitation. The invitation came as, we're having a meeting, come. And then, okay, when? So we have developed great communication over the years, and I still need to come and do a postdoc here on PowerPoint. I've decided not to do PowerPoint. I have got a couple of images, but partly because it locks you into what you think you want to say before you arrive, and then you find that we're in dialogue, and so new things come up. And mentioning you're concerned about your grandchildren, I was swimming in the ocean about a month ago with one of my grandchildren, who's 6, and she said to me, "Nana, I've got water powers." And I said, "Yes, you have. Hold out your hands and the ocean will listen to you." And she said, "Okay, well, will you be my fairy godmother?" So this is my digital grandchild. But then she made the mistake of saying to her brothers, "I've got water powers." And they said, "No, you haven't." So we have to counteract the, the squashing of the imaginative spirit. But anyway, I wasn't really planning to talk about my grandchildren, but many of us could enjoy doing that. So, sorry, I've got it a little lighthearted, but I also want to greet the Orang Asli as the indigenous people, and acknowledge the tremendous initiative of the Sajatra Centre to engage with the Orang Asli. And we have already had some interaction in previous visits. And so I bring greetings from Māori to the Orang Asli people. This came with some tips for you.
Oh my God, thank you so much. Thank you so much. Can you tell me what is this?
The heavy book.
Can I open it?
Yes, I will just carry on while you
Yes, you
do.
go ahead.
Yes. The heavy book is from a Māori community that they wrote to give more evidence for their reclaiming their lands and their from the colonial process. Oh, well, this is a very beautiful book called Aroha, which is love, but love doesn't translate well. I'm going to speak about language in a moment. This is a Māori doctor who writes very beautiful reflections on love and spirituality.
Thanks so much. Thanks so much.
You can enjoy those later. So the other thing that when Professor Zainal, he just rang me, we don't bother with Zoom, and said, talk about spirituality. Okay. So I'm not sure if that's on the agenda, but I think we'll weave things together because I'm wanting to draw on the thought and tradition and language of the indigenous people, which is Māori, which is so extraordinarily completely different from Western language or from English, but it's the same with French and Italian and so on. And so seeing this as a university, I think I can venture a little bit into the philosophy of language, but I'm not going to do that too heavily. But my interest in my own studies and writing has been, how do Western people find a bridge across the river, if you like, across the difference of our cultures for us to live respectfully alongside each other? Because of course, you'll know we come from a colonized country. I don't want to go through that whole journey. It's probably quite familiar to you all. May not be specifically in New Zealand, but it is all over the world. But how do we ethically encounter one another, and how can we work respectfully together? And so this issue of difference is something that I've always felt you here in Malaysia are much more able to engage with, because you already have Malay, Chinese, Indian, major populations. And New Zealand has become rather monocultural. I think we might be moving out of it, but so acknowledging that our contexts are different, and we'd be happy to learn from you. So I'm wanting to follow a little bit around thinking about epistemology and a case study of measuring well-being that has come out of Māori communities. It would be, I think, quite close to measuring Sajatra. It's not so much a technical presentation about that measurement as about the philosophy behind it. And so how do we measure when we have such deeply different worldviews, like the Western, if you like, corporate, especially the neoliberal worldview as it's become, and the far more integrated worldview of Māori society. And I want to touch on the significance of our language structure in showing us how deeply different our worldviews are and how we might be able to create this bridge. And then spirituality comes into this mostly because it's so integral to Māori society in every respect. It's not something that's institutional, and it's not separate from everyday life. It's woven into everything. And we have that idea of a woven universe. So if I just take this idea of measurement, you'll all be familiar with GPI, the Genuine Progress Indicator, and that we know that it's a global form of measurement, and it measures productivity, but it discounts like the free love and labor of women. It discounts the effects on our rivers, and it discounts pollution. And it, in many ways, it's well understood to be inadequate. It's also a top-down measure. I mean, most of our measures they come from census data, and it sort of all happens in the Department of Statistics. So it comes from a top-down approach to productivity and the economic values. And so then there was a movement to recognize that we should not externalize some of these, like the pollution of water and the pollution of the atmosphere and so on, that we need to integrate this. And so the idea of the Genuine Progress Indicator was developed. And this was important because it included sort of non-market activity, and it included pollution and so on. However, in the analysis that I've been looking at, this is still a top-down approach, and it's still an approach that aggregates. It aggregates so that, for instance, a culture like Māori are like probably about 20% of the population in New Zealand, but it makes invisible those smaller communities because everything becomes averaged. So you don't see the serious marginalization that becomes embedded in these, or becomes invisible in these aggregate figures. So I've been, it was during some research with the Ministry of Education, actually, that I was interviewing some Māori communities, which I think the best translation might be Sajatra, but it's communities who are have guardianship over their land and their people and their waterways. And there's a Māori academic who's created this thing called the Māori Genuine Progress Indicator. And it's about knowledge that's developed through community engagement. So it's got nothing to do with books. It may include received knowledge, because Māori are very, they're very strongly referenced to ancestral knowledge and to ancestral influence. But in this, that instead of using figures out here, it's a community engagement that brings in all the people who belong in a community to invite them to say what their well-being is. I think probably well-being is the easiest word to use for our purposes here. And to invite them into the creative activity of what well-being means to them. It's not some imposed idea, like our Treasury is creating a well-being framework for our national accounts. But it's not about some set piece of policy. It's about, what does well-being mean to you? And it might be that this community doesn't have clean water, and they want to be able to clean the water so they can get their traditional fish out of the rivers. And so then that recovers traditional food gathering and food eating and so on. It might be bringing back ancestral remains from museums in Europe. Recently, there was a very moving ceremony of several hundred, the remains of several hundred Maori who had been stored in museums in Europe. And this is a very deep experience to see those remains coming back, and people feel that their ancestors are coming home to them. So that might be well-being for some communities. It might be about reviving language. I mean, we are doing a very big effort to restore Māori language. And this might be a priority, but whatever it is, the community itself decides and develops its own idea of what well-being is. So it's a very much a bottom-up process, if you like. And I think it feels very similar to this very local, you know, our university is a garden. You know, we can look around and see how the land, how this environment can sustain us. So, so then this Māori professor has developed a measurements, and I'm not going into the technical side of it now. I wanted to point to the way it's so different from the standard measures that go on probably in most countries, and how it's a very radical move away from that top down. Actually, we have this going on in many other parts of our policy area, where the government keeps on insisting on a sort of a top-down approach to sustainability, if you like. And Māori leaders all over the country are saying that our society and our knowledge comes from the bottom. It comes from the ground. So if I could just pause there and talk for a moment about language, because this has also been, it's part of this measurement thinking. And I'm sure you're all really familiar that English is structured with a subject and an object. Like every sentence has to have a subject and an object. And that very much divides the world into this kind of dualistic framework from which we get very compartmentalized knowledge, like the spiritual and the secular. And we can see that dualistic pattern throughout our whole knowledge system. And this professor, his name is Anthony Cole, he refers to this as an exclusive system, and it gets a little more technical, not technical for linguists, but the idea that A, like a computer, is not a book. Like, so A is not B, is the technical thing, but I won't try and unravel that too much now. But he says that Māori language is predominantly inclusive. So you don't have that dualistic structure. He says that you have a threesome, not a twosome, and that you have a subject and a sacred and an object. So that's the bridge. And we've also been thinking of the subject and responsibility and the object, because that links the two terms by a relationship, which is a very interesting move away from that objectification that comes from the kind of Western language structure, and moves towards this idea that all things are mediated through responsibility and obligation, and or perhaps through the sacred. And so, yeah, sorry, I got, in my notes, I was thinking of how we can demonstrate the compartmentalization. I mean, we saw them a little bit in Sion's presentation where you get these different ministries. And the other day we were doing a presentation on indigenous biodiversity. And in the ministry, there's biodiversity, freshwater, native fish, there's all these different things, but they don't talk to each other. So anyway, I mean, this is a common problem everywhere. But this idea that all terms are mediated by responsibility, obligation, and this is a sacred dimension that comes into, and you see it in Māori language, this idea of an inclusive structure. And one of the examples of this might be that in Māori language, the word for learning and teaching is the same, so that you don't have that hierarchy of the knower and the learner, but everyone's learning together. And we all know that as teachers, we're learning from our students. So it's an interactive process. AKO, A-K-O, yes. And so in this world where, like in English, we say that's a river and it's exhausted or degraded, a Māori person might say, that river is my sister. And how can I allow the condition to be, you know, degraded when my life depends on the health of the river? So once you have that relationship, and that is how Māori think, that they are kindred to the rivers or the insects, or, you know, or the animals and animate and inanimate life. They probably don't even distinguish in that sense. So where you've got that sense of a relationship, you have a sense of obligation to it. And that's where I think the idea of rights is inadequate to deal with our interdependence and our relationship with all forms of life. And so that's been why we felt that responsibility brings up much more sense of our interdependence, and that and it deepens the sense of spirituality as a unifying force, that although we're not trying to get uniformity in any sense, but there's this deep reverence for the tremendous diversity of life that's somehow woven together through an ultimate kind of coherence and order. And we know that we're unraveling that order. This is what climate change is teaching us. And so these alternative, the Sajatra thinking and the kaitiakitanga thinking, which of course Māori aren't trying to universalize that in any way, because it's very, very, very central to it's very local and specific to their tribal traditions and so on. But it's a worldview that we must learn from. And yes, so I think that sense of the sacred, which is beyond knowing. I mean, that's the only thing with us knowledge, people who are interested in knowledge, is we think we can always know more. And it's just extraordinary that the scientific knowledge that's going on. But in an introduction, Māori will always speak about the world that's beyond knowing, and it's kind of respecting that ultimate reality that we can't ever know, but we should be able to respect. So yes, I think perhaps just to close on again on this note of responsibility, because I think that unravels that dualistic structure, and it invites us into community and to the creative activity of knowing and learning together. And for me, I mean, Indigenous people are deeply driven by a sense of obligation, and to each other, to their ancestors, to the natural world. And so I think for us, a person, you know, to be alongside that is also an attitude of learning and of being able to stand aside from many of our taken for granted standards and assumptions and be in that, in a learning, in an ACO environment. Yep, so I'll leave that there. And I've forgotten about the slides altogether. Actually, I'll just show you one. I only have, oh, I thought you might have been interested in the Hakaversity.
Yeah.
Because Zainul said everyone would want to talk about that. That would be another community, but many of them, of course, are Maori. And so this would be an example of our communiversity. This is a traditional meeting house. You can see all the carvings, and this was a presentation about some new policy, new environmental policy. So it's just a little bit of a visual idea of where we meet at the University of Life.
Yeah, thank you.
I think that's, yeah.
Okay, thank you so much, Dr. That's quite very beautiful stories about Maoris, and I took interest with the MGPI that you mentioned, how they come up with their own measurement of what they want. I believe when we talk about communiversity, things should be bottom up, always bottom up. But the problem, I think, why Prof. Muhammad is so angry as well, is because everything, especially in Malaysia, everything is centralized. Everything wants to be controlled by a center, so everything goes top down. So linking that to a parable, that beautiful one metaphor that Prof mentioned this morning, we are building. It's easy to build beautiful flowers, but the root that we have is very hard to maintain. It's very hard to make it right. It's very hard to make it to change it, because the system, the people that we have. So seeing all this, Prof, and then linking this to our national philosophy of education, I think that is forgotten. People are not looking at that. What do you think will happen in the future? What would be your recommendation, and what would you change, Prof? So that we can fix your anger and do something about this, Prof.
Well, very difficult question to answer, but I dream of going back to the old system. I studied in the 1950s. We did gardening. We were close to each other, and we were not pushed out of our minds to get high marks. We were encouraged to be friends with each other. I think these are basic things that education achieves when it is successful. And I'm afraid to say that our system does not achieve this. Community pun tak ada, banyak yang lain tak ada lah. Banyak lain tak ada. I don't see it. I don't see it. And how do I say? I've been a teacher for 40 years over, and I see this happening slowly. And now is only memorization, a few facts, a few notes, but nothing that goes deeper here. And you were talking about your culture and so on. Our language, the Malay language, is one of the biggest in the world, 5th or 6th biggest in the world. But as we care not for it, it slides to the 5th, 20th, 30th. And this is beautiful language, like Maori too, after all, we are related in that way. The nuances, the many, many meanings to one single word. This we are throwing out for the English word, for example. Now, young children speak English most of the time. And sorry to say, and Malay is a beautiful language. I am from English literature. I came back to Malay literature. I find so beautiful. And why are they throwing out such beauty? So we have gone haywire. We are lost. And I think we need to go back, sit down with the educationists. Let the politicians listen to us. Yeah. And what happened in France, they couldn't find a minister of education. So they got somebody who has been teaching education for 30 years to be the minister of education. Not somebody who, I don't know, from somewhere you couldn't find another, so you just put in there. So we need good people to guide. We need to go back to the real things. And I like to maintain, like you too, this language, this beauty of thought. We have this, what is called a pantun, beautiful poetic form, and used by at least 35 languages. Yeah, and it is dying. It is dying. So the other texts too. We have at least 12,000 texts, written texts in Europe mostly. People are not looking at them, reading or transcribing. We have lost the pride that make us what we are. So we have to turn around, I think, yeah, very much. Young people, yeah, demonstrate. I like your demonstration. Why not? Yeah, why not? Teachers must demonstrate. Rectors to demonstrate. Teachers and so on. It is important, yeah. Kalau tidak, they think we are agreeing with them all the time. Yeah, we're agreeing with them all the time. So go back to the basics. Look at New Zealand. Look at Norway. And look at some other countries that are successful. You go to Japan. I hear in Japan, when the students come in, when they are about 5 or 6 years old, they don't go into classes. They go to wash toilets. Yeah, they go wait by the roadside, waiting for their friends to go together to school. No buses, no taxis, no Mercedes, only the community. So we got it wrong, and we got it very, very wrong for a very long time. So back to basics. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Prof, for the answer. Yeah, I agree with that. In Malaysia, if you ask student to wash toilet, next day parent will come and call you. Why you ask my son to clean the toilet? Okay, but yeah, that's something that we as people in Malaysia, as a community, have to think about. Dr. Benson, question for you. Okay, when you talk about Maori learning from their cultures, and then education, education now infused with community engagement, being pushed by everybody. When talking about in education, we should link this to community and learn from them. How do you think this is important, especially linking this to the education for sustainable development, SDGs, achieving SDGs if possible? I know.
Well, I should be clear. Oh, sorry. I should be clear that this is not a widespread movement and it's not institutionalized. It's more Māori communities insisting on retaining their own cultural values. And I guess we've had a very strong revival of Māori language that came about from grandparents, actually. And the elders realized that the language was dying out. So this may be what you're saying. And this is in the 1980s. And so they started saying to parents, bring your newborn children and we will only speak to them in the old language, in Māori language. And so this movement began in people's living rooms and in their garages. And so there has been a tremendous revival of Māori language. My two youngest children they only were educated in Māori language, which it's a smaller sector who choose to do that because they're worried about jobs and they're worried about, you know, succeeding in the mainstream system. But it has gathered a lot of momentum. And I think I was reflecting on the question that might come up, because I really wanted to affirm what Professor Mohammed said earlier, that let's deepen the roots of these initiatives. It's very easy to want to spread the good news or to say that, wow, everybody should be doing this. But you run the risk that they depend on inspired leadership, you know, and that the inspired leadership is very important. But I thought especially in that ESD community, there's this scaling up, there's endlessly this language of how can it be scaled up, how can it be widened? And of course we do want it scaled up, but I don't think it's by spreading the branches wider and wider without growing the roots. And so I think a tree that has deep roots will grow branches for other birds to nest in. And so it will take its own course of fruition if the ground is properly nurtured and it becomes deeply embedded. And we have to hope that the world will wake up, but when you look at how strong our development priorities are, it is hard to be hopeful. But it's so important to be associated with initiatives like yours and for us to stay connected so that we can deepen that. I mean, a forest only will grow if there are healthy plants that create seeds, I think. Yeah, so I do feel uncomfortable by some of the UN, you know, how do we scale everything up and spread it? And, you know, without doing that deeper work.
Yep.
I have no idea if that answers the question, but anyway.
I think it's really still a question.
Yes, can I talk about the roots a little bit? Yes. I think when you mentioned about the branch and the roots, I think the reality is that the branch cannot move out unless the root spread as well. Mm. In other words, the branch really depends on the root. If the root spread, then you can have a branch. If the root does not spread, then the branch will not grow. there is this correlation, what you see above ground and what you see underground, but we don't see underground, and we just look at above ground. And I think, right, right. In USM, when we took the metaphor University of the Garden, was exactly to change mindset. I mean, my experience, if you want to change mindset, you change the metaphor. If you don't change the metaphor, you still get the whole thing, because that's why you call it human university. You call it university, then it's the same thing. You call it human university, then the metaphor change, and then you begin to see different things. Why do we take at that point university in the garden? Of course, university is very much a garden-like, but we also talk about the roots. Like I say, we always see what's above ground, but what makes above ground is what's underground. Undergrounds are the roots, and the roots to us is our values. You nurture the right values, you grow the right tree, and you get the flower. The flowers and the fruits are natural of the roots. You can never get good flowers if the roots are rotting. Exactly. And then we term ourselves, all of us are gardeners. It doesn't matter whether you're a professor. I like this ACO thing, that we are a learner and knower at the same time. When it comes to the garden, all of us are gardeners. We tend to the garden. It doesn't matter who you are. If there's something happens, then a gardener will do his gardening role. So it makes everything very kind of a flat rather than this hierarchical thing. I think there's a whole lot of things that you talk about the garden and knowledge, and that's why downstairs in our the posh, there's a Quranic terms that talk about the good tree, and they compare a good person is like a good tree, well rooted. When the tree is not well rooted, then it will fall, and that's not a good tree. That's not a good person. So that relationship, I think, needs to be built. And in other words, we with the ecology and the ecosystem must be together. You cannot think about a school just like buildings. There's no garden around it. There's no ecology around it. We all look at schools just, the bricks and whatever else. And I think that's not it. That's why I think the Sajatra school is fantastic in that sense. You see people planting and people are starting to have gardens around it. So these are the deepening thing that I think we need to think about.
Yes, and I imagine you're also needing to consider how institutional religion sits alongside a Sajatra, because they are in many ways very different. Like for us, it would be, how does Christianity, or how does the church, which has been the prevailing institution where spirituality is held, and yet that's quite different from indigenous or local community education and spirituality, in which your ancestors might be the river. And in fact, people talk about New Zealand because it was quite a groundbreaking thing that one of our rivers is legally a person. And so the river could go to court to take people to address pollution. They could try and convict people of pollution. But I mean, that's a sort of, it's an imaginative example of some of the creativity. But that issue of spirituality and what does it mean in our relationship with the rivers and the forests and so on, which is quite a different expression of spirituality from both Islamic and Christian religions, where God is a higher, God is out there and up there, not infused in the life. So this, I don't know if you even want to open that, but I'm just acknowledging that these are very different ways of thinking about spirituality. And this is an Islamic university, so integrating Sajatra into that more sort of a religion of the book, if you like, is imagine something you're thinking about. Yeah.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Batson. Thank you, Prof. Do we have time? Huh? So yeah, our last session is supposed to be a question from the audience. I believe there would be some questions for our panel, Prof. Muhammad and Dr. Batson. Okay, probably I open for 1 or 2 questions from the audience. So I like to invite probably those who are inside this hall first. If not, we look at the chat. Any questions from the audience? Yes, please.
I have this question. Yeah, I'm very interested to see both the speakers here, very distinguished speakers. One talking about Bahasa Melayu, yeah, within that context, which is a very established language, and one on Maori language, yeah, Maori knowledge, which is probably thought of as being part of the movement of language loss, for instance, yeah. So where do you see if work on both these languages are to be together, you know, if you have joint projects on that, where can we move forward, yeah, in terms of language? Yeah, because I'm actually also representing the Malaysian Association of Applied Linguistics, and we're very concerned about indigenous language and how sustainability of their lives, their roots, yeah, are being, you know, if it's being poisoned at the moment with all the things that we don't, because we don't nourish them. Yeah, so that's an open question for both our very distinguished panels. Thank you.
We are taught grammar, but not the beauty of sounds, not the wisdom of words, not the ideas behind the words. That's why you don't like the language classes. I discovered language myself, this Malay language myself, because I was not taught. In 1958, you can't find a Malay teacher to teach the Malay language. So I started to, but when you discover yourself, you notice how different they are, how unique they are, how do you say, how special anyway they are. And I slowly go into the language. I transcribe 6 or 7 old Jawi scripts now, Jawi books now. And I've written 72 books now because I was so excited that there's this language that I must use, that I must help my students, my children to expand, because now we are pushing out this language. But for sure, you must teach the beauty of the language, the meaning of the language, the nuances. And this is also extra patriotic, perhaps. Malay language is very beautiful, as beautiful as Mandarin, Hindi, Persian, Arab, and so on. So this also we must get over to the children and let them discuss in class, yeah, rather than just asking them to say whether this is a noun or a verb or what, yeah. So, and this is the problem now. This is the problem now. Sayang, bagi jadi sayang lah. Yeah, make them love the language. Thank you.
Thank you.
Just, I mentioned that the recovery of Māori language was in the face of, once the elders died out, there wouldn't be anyone who could speak it. And that's because we had a history of children punishing children for speaking Māori language. So This is our colonial history. Anyway, these were called language nests. And so it was taught by the grandmothers and the grandparents. And then those children who started in preschool started to turn 5 and were ready to go to school. And so the elders realized that they couldn't allow their children to then go into English-speaking schools. So look, a tremendous amount of work was done to have this language initiative recognized. And the research showed that to recover a language, you have to teach in total immersion. You can't teach a mixture of English and Māori because, well, in our society, English is so much the dominant language. So anyway, it's become, there is a parallel stream of Māori language education, but it's quite a minor stream. A lot of people are learning Māori as adults. I've had many attempts and I think you're right, we have to understand the love of a language. Anyway, but it was a very carefully researched process to re-establish it. And we have a Māori Language Commission, and now all the people on our mainstream radio, our English radio, they're using more and more Māori. Like every news item gets introduced with a Māori introduction. So they've done tremendous professional development by all broadcasters to get us familiar with hearing the language again. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Chairman, one little addition. I just want to say that the Malay language has more hantus than any other languages that I know. Macam-macam hantu persik gitu. And who has created the name of a tree, air mata pengantin? Pernah dengar? This beautiful little creeper with pinkish flowers. Air mata pengantin, the tears of the bride. What can be more beautiful than that? Yeah, these are the things you got to teach them. But anyway, I researched on the hantus. We won right out.
Yeah. Yeah, I believe there's one time where we banned making all this hantu film. I don't know why. So yeah. But yeah, thank you so much, Prof. Thank you, Dr. Batson. I think we are running out of time. I got a signal from the guys. Okay, so thank you again. Back to the MC. Yeah.
For that, thanks.
I want to share this book. It's a beautiful book, Aroha, Maori Wisdom for a Connected Life in Harmony with Our Planet. This is given to me by Batson. And I opened the page and page 33. I thought I would want to share just this page 33. I think it is, the title is in Maori. Yeah, and I think the translation is what I want to share with you. I think it is very much what we are saying for this morning. The translation is something like this. As a dog follows a scent, a traveler, including the people like us who are seekers, relies on hospitality of the others. And it says here, beware, blindly following your nose. Be deliberate, make good choices. That's one I want to share with you. So I'm going to take this book home. But remember, the first line, Alicia, beware blindly following your nose. I think we've been doing that for a long time and our nose are not good. Assalamu alaikum.
Thank you, back to MC. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Yasir, for moderating the session. We are indeed very honored and to listen to both our esteemed speakers talking about, the reviving and also the loss of the languages. Okay, and we have a lot to learn. And like Prof. Emeritus, Prof. Emeritus Muhammad Haji Saleh has mentioned, when we teach the language, we should concentrate on the beauty of the sound, wisdom behind the words, and also the ideas that come with the language. And as what suggested by Dr. Batson, is to teach the language with emotion. Okay. Okay, now I would like to invite Tan Sri Zulkifli to convey to deliver our token of appreciation to our esteemed speakers. We start with Dr. Aini. Dr. Aini Arifah from Kementerian.
Thank you very much. I'm very appreciative of your
Okay, and Miss Soo Yeon Park, all the way from South Korea. And Professor Emeritus Dr. Muhammad Haji Saleh, our renowned sastrawan negara. Oh, okay. To Dr. Batson first. Sorry. Okay. And also to Dr. Yasir as the moderator. Okay, I know we are running out of time, but it is actually a great moment for us to announce that we are going to launch our first micro-credential module entitled Introduction to Fundamentals of Sejahtera Leadership. But before the launching, I would like to all of us take a moment to enjoy the montage prepared by Dr. Shamsul Bahrain, the head of our micro-credential unit.
The Sanskrit word coming on and taking on a different dimension when it comes to the Malay culture or the Nusantara.
Okay, can we have Dr. Shamsul to accompany Tan Sri Zulkifli forward for the launching ceremony?
So finally, we have got a course which is formally endorsed by the university on the micro-credential and Sejahtera leadership. Hope it goes well. Assalamualaikum.
Okay, congratulations to the Sejahtera Micro-credential team for the launching of our first micro-credential module, and to Tan Sri Rector for being the first to enroll. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, if you'd like to know more what our micro-credential module, micro-credential platform has to offer, you can go to learn-iium.edu.my. Okay. Okay, before we have our lunch break at the banquet hall, I would like to announce a few things. First of all, I was informed that there is a flagship exhibition being held at level 2 of this building, and there's a selling of items made by the B40 people. So if you want to show your support to them, maybe you can spend a few minutes to visit the booth, okay, at level 2. And other than that, the announcement for the Zohor prayer, you can join the congregation at the IIUM Mosque. Okay, and as for the ladies, we have the room next door, okay, for you to perform your prayer if you don't want to go all the way to the mosque. Okay. With that, we shall have our lunch break, and we'll meet again here, inshallah, at 2:20, okay, for our following session. Thank you, everyone.
Kalau YouTube dia detect tak ada kosong kan, dia stop live.
Satu lagi seorang ni Afrika.
Dia gerak luar ambil anak.
Tahu. Wah, aku pening kepala tu tengok kau fokus. Kamera. Siapa?
Alamak.
Tak, dia pusing kanan, pusing kiri, pusing kanan. Kalau time discussion tu, kau buka wide sikit je.
Ha?
Tak payahlah
Habis dah dia nyuruk belakang.
Tak payahlah fokus seorang-seorang. Penat kau.
Ya,
Kamera tu,
aku suka.
itu kamera tu dia tak kena fokus.
Aku tu sebab ni, bila dia macam tu aku jauhkan sikit.
Remote tak ada option lock focus kan? Tak ada.
Mana? Tak ada.
Kau waktu discussion tu kau biar macam ni je kan.
Zoom just
Ha?
Zoom stop pun tak ada.
Tak stop. Hello. Tak on, mic ni tak on. Sini dengar, sini dengar.
Test one.
Sini dengar. Biarlah. Nanti kang stop bang YouTube.
Ni mic dalam ni lah.
Dalam tu.
YouTube bukan nanti dia detect senyap apa, dia off.
Ha?
Dia stop live nanti.
Pasal lah video apa? Tak ada video apa?
Kalau tengah kan dia tak ni.
Malah dia tak stop sendiri ke?
Kalau tak ada data hantar ke dia, orang lama dia stop. Kalau ada gambar, okey kot. Tak tahulah.
Surat. Ya. Ada video kat mana? Ada video.
Tadi dah main tu.
Ya, je nanti ni tu. Pasal ada konten ni. Okay.
Ideal kan? Aku baca mesej tu. Dia tu apa tu? Ha? Tak dekat chat tu.
Mana pasang kuat? Kalau pasang kuat nanti lagi orang tunggu. Video apa? Ni. Salah apa pun.
Kan video muka tu.
Tengok punya. Kalau kita stop buat ini dengar ni. Kalau kita stop nanti
Dia kita tu.
bukan betul lah.
Dia
I personally hope that you have had a lovely lunch and rest as well. My name is Muhammad Azani. I am an assistant professor at the Kulliyyah of Education, and I will be your MC this afternoon. Inshallah, before we go, I would like to go through with you the agenda that we have for this coming session. First, we will have a session with Professor Dr. Muhammad Sahari Nordin, who will be talking on something related to measurement. And then this will be followed by a panel discussion on Sajatra beyond pandemic. And finally, we will have the launching ceremony of Sajatra logo. Okay, without further ado, without any delay, I would like to begin the first sessions of this afternoon, where, as I have mentioned earlier, we will have a talk by Professor Dr. Muhammad Sahari Nordin, who is a professor at the Kulliyyah of Education. In addition, Professor Dr. Muhammad Sahari is also a director of IIUM Measurement, Evaluation and Testing, IIUM IMET, who is responsible to conduct activities related to assessment and measurements. He is one of the leading researchers in the area of assessment and measurement. So today, inshallah, he will be talking about measuring intangibles, Sajatra Cultural Index. The session will be moderated by Dr. Zurina Abdul Ghani, who is the Deputy Director at the Office for Strategy and Institutional Change. The office is responsible to oversee the change management and also strategic initiative for global relevance and citizenship. I would also like to add that Dr. Zarina is closely affiliated with the Akademi Kepimpinan Pendidikan Tinggi AKAP Kementerian Pengajian Tinggi Malaysia. With that, I pass the floor to Dr. Zarina, please.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Rabbi shrah li sadri wa yassir li amri wahlul 'uqdatam min lisani yafqahu qawli. Thank you, Dr. Azani. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm Zurina binti Abdul Ghani, your moderator for the session. We have today with us Prof. Datuk Dr. Muhammad Sahari Nordin, my neighbor actually. My neighbor. Right. Okay. I hope you had a good lunch and a good rest just now. And the session that we are going to have after this is measuring intangibles, Sejahtera Cultural Index. Right. Just now, Dr. Azani already introduced our next speaker. So I would like to cut to the chase. All right. Inshallah. Just would like to add a bit here, just down the memory lane, Prof. Right. Prof. Datuk Muhammad Sahari Nordin, before he is with IIUM, he received his early teaching training from Temanggung Ibrahim Teachers College, Johor. Right, and he obtained his Bachelor of Economics and Master of Education from the University of Malaya. Right, so I guess the rest is what Brother Azani, Dr. Azani already mentioned just now. So let's cut to the chase. I pass the floor to our next speaker, Prof. Thank you.
Bismillah. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Alhamdulillah. Alhamdulillahirabbil alamin. Wassalatu wassalamu ala asyrafil anbiya'i wal mursalin wa ala alihi wa sahbihi ajma'in. Qala rabbi shrah li sadri wa yassir li amri wahlul 'uqdatam min lisani yafqahu qawli. Yang berbahagia Tan Sri Rektor, Datuk-datuk, Datin-datin, Professor. Do I have to use both? The title of the I don't know what to say because I'm presenting this for the third time, I think. So I really don't remember much now. It's been too many times. But right now I have this topic: development and validation of Sejahtera culture index, which to us is something intangible at the first glance. So we have quite a big team here, led by the director of. It's not okay. That's it. Led by the director of OSIC, that is Professor Muhammad Faris Abdullah, and many number of professors there. 22 of us. I hope I don't miss any name like what I did in the last presentation and people got angry at me. So that's quite a bit. Let me repeat again. I don't try to make you suffer listening to my voice. So I'll try to be very brief because most of the things many people don't like. It's about statistics. I just have to like statistics because I have none. So this what we have right now, the objectives, method, results, summary of the results rather, the index score and conclusion. So it's the normal. So the objectives. Earlier we used the term Sejahtera Productivity Culture Index. Then we change it without the word P, just Sejahtera Culture Index. And of late we've been toying with another term, that is Sejahtera Living Index. So we just started. Since 2021, if I'm not mistaken. Okay, so the 6 objectives, the most important one at this point in time are the objectives number 3 and number 4. By the way, we started with trying to identify content valid instances, examples, behaviors, practices of Maqasid Syariah, Sejahtera Living. That's the first objective. Then we try to gauge the prevalence of Sejahtera Living among staff and students. As we assess the properties, the validity, reliability of the indicators and the items. This comes to the point where many people will curse me because a lot of numbers will be presented. Try to confirm the psychometric properties of the measure. And then we try to get a score that represent the level of Sejahtera Living among the participant. I have to keep that underscored, that is among the participant of the study, even though the participant, 100% of them come from IIUM. We can always contest the claim it represents IIUM Quality Index. It's just the participants. And then finally, this is an effort to initiate intervention programs for sustainability and growth, inshallah. So next slide is okay. Let's start with the foundation. What do we mean by Sejahtera Living here? The literature is replete with conceptual and empirical studies on the nature of good life, albeit being mooted with terms such as happiness, social, emotional well-being, life satisfaction, quality of life, meaning in life, and spiritual intelligence. Sometimes I personally got confused because of the many terms related to this kind of quality life. Given the social cultural context of this project, this study, we decided that it should be rested upon the fundamental tenets and meaning of Islam as a way of life. That's what we believe we should focus on that without denying the importance of other definitions. And we call it Sejahtera Living. In this project, Maqasid Sharia found to serve as the structure of divine values and beliefs pertaining to good life, quality of life, happiness, well-being, or sejahtera living of a Muslim. So that's the foundation of the project. You don't have that on the screen? The structure just now. No, still objectives. Okay, this one. Okay, thank you. So I'm done with that, so we can move to the next one. I'm sorry, Doctor. Okay, now I'm going to present a summary of the method. It's a sort of quantitative, basically, involving 1,057 participants or respondents. We collected the data 2 months, September, October 2021 last year, and we have about almost 500 undergraduate students, 111 postgraduate students, 156 administrative staff, and 305 academic staff. That's what we had in the sample. And the instrument based on the what we mentioned earlier, that is Maqasid Sharia. It guides Muslims in their daily routines. Just another elaboration of Maqasid Sharia. Rituals, practices, beliefs, expectations, and norms, which we think, which we were guided to the fact that all these things can lead them to well-being, to being to have quality life, as well as to contribute to the welfare of fellow human beings, not just to themselves, but they become happy if they can contribute to others, as well as other creatures. And we believe that everything that a Muslim says, thinks, intends, and does is supposed to be for the sake and pleasure of Allah. This is the expression of sejahtera living. The degree to which a Muslim progresses towards sejahtera living is contingent upon his or her level of fulfilling the 5 dimensions of Maqasid Sharia. Okay, so that's the foundation and the meaning of sejahtera living, which can be categorized or sort of compartmentalized into 5 components which are linked, which are related substantively, which are the intellect, dignity, religion, life, and wealth or resources. If we move to the next slide, still about the okay. So we try to validate the data collected on the basis of this framework, and the data were then subjected to quite a number of validation procedures, such as content-related validity, that's the first one, and then data reduction. Then we tested convergent validity, discriminant validity, sample invariant of the instrument, and we tried to seek for the best fitting model, the construct validity of the best fitting model, the reliability of person reliability and item, and finally what matters to our stakeholder here is the interval score, the additive nature, the score which can be subjected to a mathematical operation, addition, subtraction, division. Without proper analysis, we may just end up getting summated score from rating scale, which can be subjected to a lot of shortcomings. So basically, the procedure that we did on the data, and again, there are 5 dimensions that carries 5 dimensions. Each carries 10 items, so a total of 50 items were tested in this study. Okay, so let's get to the results. A lot of statistics, so I don't get offended if you decide to go to sleep. So I'm just going to highlight one or two results here. First, the prevalence on Islamic worldview and religious commitment, which the data collectively showed relatively high internal consistency index, the reliability being 0.82, but never mind about that. There are 10 items here. Maybe I'll just go through a few. God has, this is what they supposed to, this is what they responded to. God has a significant impact on my life. Knowing that God is just, make me afraid to hurt others. Until the last one here, I spend time to contemplate the meaning of Al-Quran verses every day. And we organize we list the indicators or the items according to the last column, the frequency of reporting always. And what we, if we pay attention to that, we can see that the items on religious commitment and engagement differed across items. On average, almost 3/4 of the sample endorse the suggestive statements that they always committed in their beliefs and in practicing the Islamic values. The data suggested that at least 9 out of every 10 respondents always considered that the belief that God has a significant impact on his or her life. However, only 3 out of every 10 respondents strive to perform supererogatory rituals and always spend time to study the meaning of Quranic verses. So we can see that variation in terms of always. We can look at, we can detail out the other responses, but that's sufficient for the time being. The data suggested, this is another thing that can be observed, it was easier for the sample to strongly endorse items related to Islamic values and beliefs. Things related to conceptual values and beliefs, they found it easy to endorse. On the other hand, smaller percentages of always respond were recorded with respect to the practice. Okay, when we ask about belief or not is fine, but when we ask about do they practice what they believe, that's another thing. So we can see patterns in their responses which may lead up to further study to understand why, or intervention programs to improve what might be not useful for them. Okay, can we go to the third slide? I don't want to go to every slide. It's going to make people angry at me. Okay, this one. Live, Akal. Go to Akal. Yes, thank you. Okay, this about we ask students and lecturers about their engagement, their commitment in intellectual kind of activities that they are involved. They're supposed to be involved in, and we found that let me just share the patterns here. Okay, the analysis again on the last column shows that less than 1/2 is different from the first one. Okay, on religious commitment, but when it comes to intellectual, we can see distinct features here. Less than 1/2 of the sample reported that they were always aware of and committed in preserving and improving their intellectual growth. This is a concern. This is one thing that we are concerned with. Only 4 out of every 10 respondents, okay, less than majority, less than the normal cut score, agreed to the proposition that they examine newly learned ideas from the perspective of Islam. Okay, again, we are talking about Islamization, Islamization of Islam, and yes. While about 45% of the sample were able to satisfy their spiritual needs, always, we found that smaller proportions of the respondents were satisfied with themselves and their academic or work performance or achievement. Additionally, only 4 out of every 10, is it good? We need standard setting procedure to determine, is it good? 4 out of 10. Respondents always examine the newly, okay, I have mentioned this earlier. Evidently, the preservation and enhancement of akal among the university employees and students is a matter of concern. So this allows us to see what we can do to help ourselves, to help our students and ourselves as staff of the university. So basically, that's the prelim assessment of what's going on. Then we focus on the study, focus on what really matters for that initial project, that is to establish profound, psychometrically sound instrument. Can we go to the next slide, the one on validation? Further down. Yes, okay. We started with content validation. It's rather not truly statistical, but still we define the constructs and the instances, identified the items. We created the content validation form. We operationalized the variable, and then we solicited the judgment of 9 experts. We administered the form to them and we analyzed the response. And this procedure, which involved the 50 items, exceeded, okay, this 50 item exceeded the threshold of 0.78. That is the critical threshold to substantiate our claim. The items are content valid. Then next slide, please. Next slide. Okay, then we conducted data reduction from 50. Finally, after a series of principal component analysis, PCA, EFA, parallel analysis, we found that yes, there are 5 underlying dimensions of the data. That 5, consistent with the framework, the 5 pillars of Maqasid Sharia. As we can see up there in the table, starting from the 4th column, al-nafs, akal, din, and the resources. And the first column indicates the 30 items which were which validly loaded on the 5 dimension. We found 5 factors reasonable given the data, and the proportion of variance explained exceeded the cut score of 60%. The 30 items, there's a mistake there with lambda bigger than, not smaller than, bigger than 0.35. That's a typo there. And the 5 factors were reliable, exceeded 0.7, in fact more than 0.74. You can see at the bottom there, the reliability index. So when we started, this is just the exploration. We have to go to the next step, that is confirming this, and it's more restrictive. So if we can have a look at the results using, yes, I don't know, the diagram. We in statistics they call this path diagram. We can see the oblongs intellect, dignity, religion, life, and wealth, okay, being loaded by their respective items. Okay, the small boxes outside the oblongs are the items. Okay, the number of people responding to the items, and then the statistic up there provide evidence of convergent validity and discriminant validity. Okay, if you can calculate right away, you can see all those things exceeded cut score of 0.5. So we are quite comfortable that our data, we are working with data that validly represent the meaning of Maqasid Syariah in the context of IIUM. So we are quite comfortable. And we even compare, can this instrument be used across the 4 groups of respondents, students, postgraduate, undergraduate, and lecturers and admin staff. And the table down there provide evidence that this instrument, the one that we use, is what we call sample invariance, meaning that applicable across groups of respondents. They use the same instrument and will get reliable and valid data. Okay, so that's the second thing we do. Then after this, after having this result, we still want to see, looking at the diagram, a creative artist can say that we can create more configuration, more models can be tested. Maybe this is not the best one. So that's what we did next. That is, we test what are the best model given the structure. Okay, if we can go to the next slide, we can see this first one here, down there. One of the 4 models, we tested 4 models. The same model we put here, and then we tested the other model. Just one more, what do you call it? One more, yes. This is a single factor model. We can see, hold on, pull back that one. I just want to focus on the second one just now. The arrow up, okay. Now, the difference between the two is that the first model down there, we have the 5 factors. Whereas the one up there, we consider everything being is actually measuring just Maqasid Syariah. There's only one thing, Sejahtera living, rather than 5 different aspects of Sejahtera living. It's multi-dimensional, that's what they call. We tested that as well. Then the third model, one more click, yes. Here, we, instead of having 1 or 5, we have 6 oblongs. And the only things that matter here is the one in the center. We call it second order factor. Second order factor being loaded by the 5 factors. So when we want to discuss anything, we can only talk about second order factor, not 5 things, but only one thing. Then the last one is recent. It's a recent application in this statistical analysis. We have here, instead of 5, we have 6 oblong. 5, the foundation just now outside there, starting from intellect, dignity, religion, life, and wealth, and the general factor. If we can achieve this, when we were thinking about the whole thing, then it will be a breakthrough in the measuring of the intangible, meaning that we can talk not only about the different dimension of Maqasid Syariah, Sejahtera living, but also in general. We can use the score to represent both specific factors as well as general factor of Sejahtera living. And the results of the testing are there, but I summarize it here. So the first model, unidimensional model or 1-factor model, the 5-factor model, second order factor model, and the last one was the most sophisticated modeling that we tried, that is bi-factor model. And we found that based on the results, I'm sorry, the last one should be D, not C, bi-factor model, a typo again. Model D is the best fitting model. Okay, so we are now having choices in our future undertaking, either to use B, okay, the five correlated common factor models, or the D, the bi-factor models. Okay, so can we move next? All right. Then we are concerned about the nature of the data that going to be used for indexing. Normally, most of the time, we just use summated score, okay, from the Likert scale item to get the total score. But we know that it won't do justice because even though we get summated score, and we can range the score from 0 to 20 or to 30 or even to 100, still it is laden with subjectivity because of the nature of the ordinal nature of the variable. So we tried this Rush model, okay, and that's another analysis. And after doing that, we found that the construct validity of the questionnaire is supported by the Rush modeling. Item infit and outfit statistics satisfied the Rush model requirements. The data supported the Rush model assumption of unidimensionality and local independence. All point measure correlation were positive. So all the statistics supported unidimensionality. And even the use of 4 levels of responses from never to always. Can we move to the next one, please? Thank you. So based on that, we use the score from Rush model, the so-called logit score. Because Rush analysis maps the estimate of item difficulties and respondent ability to endorse along a common continuum. The continuum scales gradual changes in the degree of difficulty and endorsability. And the modeling procedure yields one profound measurement properties, that is interval score. And then we extrapolated the logit score to calculate the index of Sejahtera living among the participants, ranging from 0 to 10. Okay, can we move to the next one? Yes, thank you. So the results showed that overall, the OSIX people seems to want to have the baseline score. On the scale of 0 to 10, the Sajatra living of the participants was 5.7. It's slightly more than the norm, 5. And we even look at the index for the different groups of people, the different sample. The highest being the academic staff. They have the highest Sejahtera living index, 6.21, if I'm not mistaken. And least, as expected, were scored by the undergraduate student, 5.34. Okay, then we look at the score of the different components. As indicated in our earlier analysis with more items, the religion seems to have the highest index, 7.21, while Akal, 5.77 is the lowest. So can we go to the next slide? Okay, So in conclusion, its shortcoming withstanding, comings, plural. The project one identified content valid items of the Maqasid Sharia-based Sejahtera living. The project recognized patterns of Sejahtera living among staff and students. The project managed to document valid and reliable indicators, confirm the adequacy of its psychometric properties, and estimated the baseline index of Sejahtera living among the participants. I have to repeat that because otherwise people may assume that this the index of IIUM, warga IIUM is not the population because we don't have that population. And finally, the project informed assessment and intervention program for sustainability. Wallahu alam, wabillahi taufiq wal hidayah. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Prof. Sari. Right. So just now what Prof has presented is actually the findings for the study that he had conducted, right? And of course, based on his study just now, he said everything when it comes to the Maqasid Sharia-based Sejahtera living study. All the whatever that we should do is based on the intention. Okay, must be for the purpose to seek the pleasure of God, inshallah. And a matter of concern here, based on the finding, would be the preservation of akal, right? And perhaps, as also mentioned by him, there must be intervention programs, right, for the sustainability of the study, and also further study also should be further done after this, right? So I believe that's it from Prof. Datuk Dr. Muhammad Sahari Nordin. So thank you, and I pass back the floor to our Mr. MC. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Zarina, for moderating the session, and also thank you to Prof. Dr. Muhammad Sahari for the presentation given just now. I hope the audience has benefited from the presentations given earlier. Okay, we are actually running slightly a bit out of time, so let's just move on to the next session, which will be the panel discussion or roundtable discussion that will center on FPK, Falsafah Pendidikan Kebangsaan, Sejahtera Beyond Pandemic, Issues, Challenges, and the Way Forward. These panel discussions will involve 5 renowned scholars that I have had the honor to introduce them or to briefly introduce them. The first panel is Associate Professor Dr. Cordelia Mason from University Kuala Lumpur. She is an Associate Professor at the university, and at the same time, she is the Director of Yayasan Uni KL, where the Yayasan is responsible to manage 3 activities, which are awarding scholarship to deserving students, community outreach, as well as entrepreneurship and leadership skills. Welcome, Dr. Cordelia. Second panel is Mr. Said Munawar, who I don't have to introduce further. He is a TV host. This is based on his Instagram account that I have recently stalked. TV host, professional trainer, content advocate, and producer. That's from his Instagram. From his Twitter, he said that saya pengomel media, bukan pengamal media. I'm not sure how to translate that into English. Welcome, Mr. Said. Next speaker, we have our very own professor, Professor Dr. Ahmad Murad Marikan, who is a professor of social and intellectual history at the International Institute of Islamic Thought and Civilization, IIUM. Welcome, Prof. We also will be joining by 2 panelists virtually. The first one is we have Dr. James Campbell, who is joining with us from Melbourne, Australia. Dr. James here. Hello. Dr. James is an expert on politics, education, and social change in Southeast Asia, and he is also a regular contributor to the New Straits Times and has written extensively actually on reform at Malaysian higher education institutions. Can we confirm that Dr. James is online with us? Yes, okay. And finally, we have Dr. Emma Sabzaliva, who is a head of higher education research and policy analysis, UNESCO. She is an expert in higher education policy with 20 years of expertise in research, training, policy analysis, consultancy, and practice. And she has also published widely in academic journals as well as books in the general interest publication, webinars, and podcasts. So again, I welcome Dr. James as well as Dr. Emma. Can we confirm that Dr. Emma is with us? Hello, Dr. Emma. Okay, unfortunately, we could not find her name on the list of participants, but I believe she's online from Toronto. I'm not sure, but we'll keep the updates. If she is with us, then I will welcome her again later. But for now, I would like to pass the session to the moderator, which is Ms. Zalina Abdul Aziz alias Ninot Aziz. I would like to briefly introduce her as well. Ms. Zalina Abdul Aziz alias Ninot Aziz is actually a published poet, author, and writer. That information I also got from her Instagram just now. With that, I pass the floor to Ms. Ninot Aziz, please.
Okay, good afternoon and welcome to everyone. I'm very happy to be here to help facilitate this discussion. And I hope at least my viewpoint from the media and also publishing world will help to add some color to this very distinguished discussion. Now, thank you. We are here today, the roundtable discussion, FPK, Sejahtera Beyond Pandemic, Issues, Challenges, and the Way Forward. And while going through everyone's, all our panel members, I've actually arranged a flow of discussion. But basically, ladies and gentlemen, our discussion today will touch on falsafah pendidikan kebangsaan, the philosophy of our national education. Good afternoon, Tan Sri. Thank you for joining us. Thanks. And values in the Malaysian context. And it will be timely to discuss the futures of higher education from, I think today we'll be able to look at it from the academia as well as public expectations and perception in relation to this aspiration for the concept of Sajatra, well-being, and philosophy of education. We hope by the end of this roundtable discussion, we'll have an understanding at least of where we are today and the Malaysian public perspective about the role of higher education, whether we are moving towards Sajatra and ideas on how to navigate this future of higher education through this discourse. And for our discussion today, I actually wanted to start to look at the future with input from Dr. Emma. Is she online? No, not yet. Therefore, my next plan would be to look at it from the historical part. Okay, and then perhaps later we can go to the future. So it falls onto you, Dato Ahmad Murad Marikan, Professor. So I can't see we've seen the future because Dr. Emma is not here. Can you please share with us how the history of our country and education have shaped and inspired our higher education today? And to be very honest, if it instead has casted a shadow on a progress we wish to see in the futures of our education system. So it is both the good and the bad we'd like to hear.
Yeah, thank you, Ninot.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. First, I have not seen the future. I don't know whether I'll be able to answer your question. But I would like to relate to some of my experience earlier on, before I move to the meat of what you have asked. And this was in the 80s when I was doing my master's in the University of Minnesota, top 10 university in the Midwest, I have to say. At that time, I was obsessed with a project on the issues of development with regard to the theory of development or theories of development, because we are so endemic on a linear model of the world, of ourselves. In other words, we start with a certain point in time and we evolve up based on a certain benchmark or a certain model. This is troubling to many of us in the non-European sphere, non-Western, or I would say non-European sphere, because many of us in Asia or Africa have evolved, especially after the political decolonization period in the 50s and 60s, but still based on a certain linearity of development, which we call modernization. The development decades of the 50s and 60s are still with us. And this is what we have inherited over the last 500 years, the historical perspective, because over the last 500 years, the early modern and modern period, we see different epochs. Of course, before that, I don't want to touch the periods, before the 1500, but we begin with the 1500. We are familiar with the Renaissance. That's one epoch in global history. And then we have the Reformation, another epoch. Reformation is important in terms of the collapse of the Catholic Church and the emergence of another belief system which defined the world order. The Catholic Church was for 1,500 years, had defined the known world order at that time. And everything revolves around the monopoly of the church, especially the monopoly of knowledge and belief. So that's another epoch when the church collapsed and another mazhab or various other mazhabs came into the picture, Protestantism and so on, Calvinism and so on. And then you have the scientific revolution. And this is a very important juncture because the scientific revolution, one of the things there are many things that the scientific revolution has done, one of which is the invention of facts and factuality. Sometimes our obsession and naive obsession of facts, especially among historians. Historians will always say, this is fact, this is factual. But again, we need to negotiate what facts are. Facts are a fact or factuality was not a category before the scientific revolution, before the 17th century. It became a category only after that. It was invented in the sciences, it was invented in the study of society and so on. After the scientific revolution, we have moved to the European Enlightenment. I wouldn't say the Enlightenment, but it's the European, specifically the European Enlightenment, 18th century, 1750s, with the French Revolution, which determined many other things that Tan Sri is concerned and worried about, because the Enlightenment puts men as the measure of all things. There was virulent anti-clericalism. They threw away the church, they threw away any higher authority. The idea of human rights, democracy, secularism, scientific thought, rationality, all put together during the time of the Enlightenment. And it defined the world until now. One of which is relevant to us is that it defines knowledge. It defines the character of knowledge. It defines the social sciences, to use as an illustration, where fundamentally for modern social science, the measure is man. Man is a political animal. Man is a social animal. And it threw away, if we want to study about the sacred and religion, we do not go through the social science. So the study of society became secularized. The study of society became derailed as compared to the intellectual climate in the time of between the 8th century to the 13th century in Iraq and other parts of the Muslim world, and also early on China. And after that, we had the first industrial revolution. We are so, we're so celebrating the industrial revolution. Some say that the fourth industrial revolution is not actually a revolution, but the first industrial revolution is important because it defined how we work, it defined how we think, it structures our rationality, it structures our reasoning. So that is the background. And of course, after that, followed by the emergence of different technologies, visual technology, oral technology, ORAL, and oral technology, AURAL. And of course, we have the information revolution, which was not 1 year, but it spreads over a number of decades in the 60s and 70s. And then the internet, 1996. All these are epochs. And what happened in 2019, COVID-19, is another epoch. So we have built the world over the last 500 years in the modern period. We have evolved, and then suddenly came this pandemic. So this pandemic is another epoch, which would not be the last, but which is important because it amplifies the follies and foibles of the last 500 years. It amplifies our nature. It amplifies our worldview. It amplifies our deficiencies. It amplifies our faults and our honesty in living within humanity and living as a human being. So this is what is happening. And what's important here is that to me, when we talk about higher education, when we talk about the university, the important focus is the body of knowledge, the epistemology that permeates in the university. I've always mentioned this and through this problem to this university. After 40 years, we have not resolved. I know things may not be resolved, but there are certain ways in which we can look at it. Yeah, so I think I'll stop this point. Thank you. Yeah.
Thank you, Professor. I think afterwards, during the discussion, we can continue that by also mentioning the epochs that you did not mention for earlier. I mean, during the Islamic and the Malay world. I think we have to bring that into the conversation maybe later.
Yeah. I
would like to go to Dr. Kulliyyah before we actually talk about FPK, to give a context of what can I be heard? Okay, sorry. So Sajatra and well-being, it is seemingly a simple ideation of existence, an aspiration we seek today in a world that for our younger generation is obsessed with the idea of work-life balance, whatever that is. And the aspiration of the concept of Sajatra or well-being in our education perhaps is still between reality and perception. I'm not sure. So I suppose the question before us today, Dr. Kulliyyah, is how do we actually craft a real roadmap against that perception of Sajatra and to ensure that our higher education or the future of higher education takes Sajatra as a guide, or should it be a guide? Should it be the ultimate aim instead? What is your opinion?
This is a tough question. Yeah? I feel like I'm on a viva or something like that. I'll try. Okay. Yeah, good for the afternoon. Okay. Thank you. Yeah. Okay, I think we've just been briefed on some kind of the past, yeah, before we go to the future. So probably I'm in the present, yeah, because you asked me about what normal laymen think about Sajatra. So I think I'd like to define normal. Let's define normal as being inclusive. That means everyone would be considered normal. Otherwise, you would have different strata of people. And would Sajatra be different for different people? That would probably be a question that, you know, has been on my mind since you asked that question. Yeah, and yeah, so if we assume that everyone is normal and should be represented in this discussion on what Sajatra means to everyone, I think I'd like to bring us back. I think it was 2 weeks ago, Tan Sri, when we had a little conversation at PSPK, and the title was Layering the Meanings of Sustainability. And if we take Sajatra within the context of sustainability, which is another concept in itself, it seems that the meaning is multifaceted. There's so many meanings to it. During that discussion, we had representation from 10 different people from different industries. Yeah. So we had an ex-CEO of an IT company. We have the young social entrepreneurs. We have people from academia, and we have an architect, and we have someone doing batik. Yeah, if I recall, and we have a very young CEO of Demi Laut, and he's strongly advocating sustainable fishing. Yeah, I think under SDG 14, for instance. So if we look at that meaning of what it means to everyone, I think a very good reference that we have now, of course, is the SDG. It's not perfect, but it gives us some kind of a guideline as to where do we look at Sajatra, because Sajatra comes in different interpretation, in different, according to the batik designer, in different designs. Yeah, because you can see it from, you know, like if you look upstairs in this design, what do you see? You see colors, you see shapes, etc. And how does it make it Sajatra? Why did the architect decide to put it there? So on normal life, sometimes we don't even see it. But actually, Sajatra, we are peaceful, we can talk to each other today, and we are normal. So does it mean that if I'm a refugee and there's a war and we're not in this kind of a room, where do you look for Sajatra? Yeah. So I think Sajatra has not just the good, it's the good, bad, and ugly in that sense. And we've got to understand that it's just one step forward. When you look for your, I won't even put it work life. Yeah, some people are workaholics, so life is work. Yeah, so I am not sure about the word. Are we all workers, or are we all Sajatra advocates, and work is just something that passes through our time in a day? Yeah. So I think the reality and perception of Sajatra itself as a concept, we deliberate on it. Yeah. So for instance, when we look at sustainability and use the word layering, it's like building, like when you have bricks. Yeah. How do you layer? And if we go towards being inclusive, I really have no definite answer, but I know it could either be a process. Yeah. So in trying to do this in the present, yeah, I don't know what the future will be. I know something of the past. We've got to ask, we've got to do problem framing again and again and again. Who? Us. Yeah, because when we talk about future challenges, we are the ones here that would probably be embracing the concept of Sajatra, people who advocate it. Maybe some come here to be the opposite, we don't know. Yeah, but what is it all about? That's something that we are struggling, but at the same time, very excited to discover. We read on it, and today, I think we position it within the discussion of the philosophy, the national education philosophy. But I think that's where I would like to sum up what I've listened to throughout today. We've got to look at the quadruple solution to discovering Sajatra, because it's not just within the realms of academia. We've got to call in the public sector, the government, and we had some government representation today. And of course, the private sector, the industries, because they're very not Sajatra in so many ways. Yeah, so it's got to be a continuous thing. And the other one, of course, is the community, which I think our Maori advocate brought in today. So this four very basic idea is a very basic idea. I think is a powerful tool for us to move forward. Yeah, when we have all that, but community, I think the rest have been there for quite a long time. When industrialization comes in, the private sector is dominant. Yeah, and when you have the new world order, the public sector is dominant. The political people will have their discourse and narrative. But when the community people comes in, who will be dominant? Because their voices are not heard. Yeah. So this is where I think to strike that balance, if we understand that we should not work in silos, but we work within siloed environment. So it's each and all of us that could advocate. Yeah, you do one small thing from the bottom, something from the top, from everywhere. It looks so easy, like it's a recipe, but I'm sure it's not. Yeah, so I'm just imagining a lot of reality and perception, and I guess just like what we have just been, our very learned statistician presented. Yeah. So that's actually part of trying to create reality about the situation. And we could see that within the UIA community itself, if you have a heart to actually explore what it means, you will get at least a statistical interpretation. Yeah, so these meanings can be written in very beautiful languages, including the language of statistics. Yeah, Prof? We actually love statistics, I think. Yeah. All right. So is that, does it mean, does it make sense?
Well, yes.
Yeah.
From the onset, you said that we are talking about mutual inclusivity, and you ended on that note too. So I think it will be very important for us to remember when we talk about Sajatra, this is one of the key things, at least that I take away from what you have said, Dr. Kulliyyah. I would like to move on to, since we have talked about we've talked about the past, what Sajatra might be to all of us, it would be timely at this point, Dr. James Campbell, to talk about what you have written on extensively on humanizing education. You've written about humanizing and internationalizing higher education. So can you please share with us your views on the falsafah pendidikan kebangsaan, which I am made to understand that you are very familiar with, and the values in the Malaysian context, and where we are today really in pursuing this aspiration. Dr. Campbell.
Assalamualaikum. Thank you. I assume you can hear me. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Loud and clear.
Thank you. I've got everything opened up here in front of me. I've got your national education philosophy and everything. I have to tell you, if I do sound a little bit suboptimal, I myself have just recovered from a case of COVID. So if I do sound a little at times a little dry in the throat, it's because whilst I am fully recovered, this thing seems to have a long, slightly longer effect on me than the common cold. Okay, in terms of the I guess the national philosophy or the national education philosophy and humanizing education. Yes, this is something that has something that I've written about in different venues quite a lot. If I read the national education philosophy in English, it basically points out that education in Malaysia is a continuous effort towards further developing the potential of individuals in a comprehensive and integrated manner. And it goes on to create a balanced and harmonious human being in terms of intellectual, spiritual, emotional, physical, based on faith and obedience to God. Now that seems to me to be the gist of it. My sense is that what we've been through in the last few years, I agree with the comment, one of the comments before, that it's really amplified many of the problems and challenges and dilemmas that we've been facing for a long time. I think that the sense of well-being, and I agree that these concepts are hard to translate, certainly hard to get a fix on them in English, but that sense of spiritual well-being, that sense of balance in one's life, I think that in societies that are increasingly reducing everything to number, to metric, to instrumental forms of instrumental reasoning, in societies where we're looking at each other more and more as threats rather than as fellow human beings, where we're looking at each other in a kind of friend-enemy distinction way of being, rather than as you know, children of Abraham, if you will. I think in this kind of society, this kind of what some people call the modern world, the challenges to humanization, the challenges to having a fairer, more decent, more healthy relationships between us have never been stronger. And I think that the last 2 or 3 years has revealed that greatly to ourselves. I wrote just recently submitted a paper for a chapter to be published by IIUM, and in which case I looked at internationalization as well as humanization. And what struck me in the writing of that paper was the importance of the spiritual dimension, the religious dimension, if you will, to our understandings of a grounded internationalization and grounded humanization. And I guess the nub of my belief is that absent a recognition of the importance of the spiritual dimension and the historical aspect of that, absent a recognition of the centrality of the religious domain to our sense of being human, if we don't have those issues taken into consideration, in fact, if they're not central to our discussions about humanization and well-being, then I personally wonder what we mean by higher in higher education. In other words, when we talk about higher education, it seems to me that it necessarily entails taking seriously a recognizing an engagement with the spiritual and religious basis of our well-being, not as an afterthought, not as a ticker box, you know, a string of 5 things to learn in class once a week, but as a fundamental aspect of our sense of self and our sense of what we're doing. So I guess my contribution would be simply to repeat something that I think has been said in different ways by all the previous speakers, but to point out that in fact, the last few years have revealed the extreme importance of this, the extreme importance of the problems of humanization and the problems of grounding grounding our education in something more than just the accumulation of things, something more than just the recitation of facts, as it were, in something deeper and more fundamental. And that's why in my response to this particular discussion, I think that our well-being, which is a central aspect of our education, has to rely on a normative and spiritual foundation. And without taking that seriously, I think that without taking that seriously, we're never really going to be able to engage with the issue of the challenges of the national education philosophy or of any education philosophy, certainly not in the context in which we're discussing today. That'll be my little contribution, and thank you for hearing me out.
Thank you, Dr. Campbell. I think at this point, it is so deeply felt that actually education, it started out together with the study of religion many centuries ago. And what you're saying is pointing to that it really should go back to that. I'm sure we'll be discussing this even further after this. And now, what we'd like to do, as we have, I suppose, framed everyone's input, we'd like to see a perspective from Tuan Syed Nawal, who has actually been very much involved in policies, discussions of policies, and being at the forefront of the Malaysian perception of what perhaps apart from everything else, what our education should be. So having been, Tuan Syed, having been at the forefront of media and discussion of policies in many various parts of society in our country, can you please share your observation on the development of our education policies and its approach towards developing our next generation, more importantly, our next generation of leaders, to prepare them for the world we vision for the future, which is why we are talking about Sejahtera. Tuan Syed.
Terima kasih, Ninot. Assalamualaikum and a very good afternoon to everyone. Tan Sri Izul, professors, ladies and gentlemen, brothers and sisters, thank you for having me. My involvement in this Sejahtera movement, so to speak, began in early 2020s. It coincides with the MCO because we were forced to stay at home. So I started my own online talk show. I also have my shows on the national TV. In 2020, Tan Sri Zul was my guest, and we were discussing about the predicament of our education system. And it was in that very episode, Tan Sri requested if I am able to help in disseminating the ideals of Sejahtera as an education model. So I was not hesitant. I dutifully obliged, and we started our first Sejahtera dialogue, and it went on up until 40 episodes altogether. Alhamdulillah, it was a learning curve to me as well. But it struck me because I've been on air on the national TV discussing myriads of issues for more than 26 years already. And every now and then we'll be addressing the issues of education. And I've gone through the falsafah pendidikan kebangsaan so many times, but I never gave a deep thought to it. You know, I just read it up until the first few episodes of Sejahtera Dialogue that I realized that what Tan Sri was trying to do was to strategize, to capitalize by the Sejahtera as a catchphrase. And if we have time, then perhaps maybe we can discuss a bit more on this. Because the word Sejahtera is already there inside the falsafah, falsafah pendidikan kebangsaan, which is supposed to be a sacramental reference to our educational system. I think that warrants us to answer a very hard question. What does Sejahtera means? And I think in the earlier sessions, Sastrawan Negara has managed to give an introduction of what Sejahtera, what's the etymology of Sejahtera itself. Because a student of language will understand that word does not come out of thin air. And you can't find a word for word translation to Sejahtera. The best translation for Sejahtera in the English dictionary is prosper, but prosper in Malay is actually makmur. And as articulated by Sastrawan Negara, makmur is a subset of Sejahtera, meaning to say Sejahtera is something bigger, something higher, and something, all-encompassing. And to me, when Tan Sri underlined the word kesejahteraan diri, I would rather bring that line a bit further back to incorporate also the word mencapai kesejahteraan diri. Because to me, that is the most underrated operative phrase of the falsafah pendidikan kebangsaan. In essence, what that phrase says, mencapai kesejahteraan diri, is of all the things that we are doing in our educational system, the outcome must be a sejahtera man. You're talking about using facts, using science. So how do we gauge a sejahtera man? What tools do we use? If we can't define sejahtera, then we will not be able to produce. If you can't define what a car is, then you will not be able to produce a car. So we must embroil ourselves in discussing what sejahtera truly means. It doesn't come out of thin air. You have Ubuntu, you have Saya Mau Undong, you have Huge. All these are natively spoken, and it carries meaning to it. It's not simply about being good. You can't say a man to be a makmur man, but you can say that he's a sejahtera man. That in itself connotes something. And that's very important for us to understand, because it seems like, on a hindsight, falsafah pendidikan kebangsaan was first crafted in 1988. And it's already what, 34, 35 years? And if you put that into context, if you're looking at the outcome of falsafah pendidikan kebangsaan, considering that a student might finish their higher education at the age of 20 or 23, so you have the range of the product of falsafah pendidikan kebangsaan should be within the range of 23 to 55 years of age, and that constitutes 60% of our current population. But do we see the result of falsafah pendidikan kebangsaan? Essentially, if you really understand what sejahtera man is, and that's the problem. We can't. It seems like, on average, overall, we are sliding down numerous indices globally. Not to mention integrity. The only perhaps in that index that we are number one. And that's very sad, because we have the word insan sejahtera, and it was already incorporated in the falsafah pendidikan kebangsaan, and after 34 years, we are still having this symposium. So I think I can only offer perhaps maybe 3 possible answers to that question. The first probable answer is, maybe it is only now, in the last few years, by virtue of having this movement, Sejahtera movement, we are starting to understand that actually we need to define what Sejahtera means, because it's strategically already incorporated in falsafah pendidikan kebangsaan. That's why I said we have to capitalize, because it's already there. It seems like Tan Sri was the one to figure out, and you capitalize on the word when you are at the helm of USM, and now we're having this, albeit slowly but steadily. We are making our inroads into pushing this agenda of Sejahtera ahead. And that would be the first probability. We're starting to understand. And only now we're starting to emulate the essence of Sejahtera, hopefully, successfully. The second probability is that despite the fact we have a vague understanding of what Sejahtera is, we are still pushing through, albeit steadily, hopefully, persistently, but it's going to take a longer time. Or perhaps maybe even the third probability, the falsafah pendidikan kebangsaan is actually is a construct, it is crafted by the previous administration. and it's going to be left there for us to see how it will stand the test of time. And my hope is that the probable answer is number one, Tan Sri. Thank you very much.
Okay, at this juncture, is there anything you'd like to say, Tan Sri, before we go to the next segment?
Well, I think thank you very much. These all articulations are very important. I think that the underlying fact is that until we understand what Sajatra is all about, then falsafah pendidikan kebangsaan is nonsensical to us, you know, and it will be very embarrassing to have a philosophy that we do not understand, and then we construct it, and you know, and the idea is basically for us in the intellectual academic circle, this is our job. I don't think it's a political job. The minister tried to put Sejahtera in his own context, and then we get seronok, we get all sorts of other words that has no context within the falsafah pendidikan. So everybody can come up with their own Sejahtera thing. Then we are still not there. So we need to have to concretize it. This Sejahtera, it means this way. Just like the Japanese, when they talk about ikigai, they know what ikigai means. There's no two words, there's no two interpretation of ikigai. Ubuntu is all. So we need to perfect this, and then it becomes our mainstream to move it into whatever direction you want. There's no right or wrong. I think what they call side has made it way, but we need to debate it so that in the way that it becomes what they call compatible with the notion that I was trying to mention. There must be balance, there must be harmony, there must be these elements of total human being, there must be godliness, there must be pencapai kesejahteraan tu, and the one that dia kata bila dah ada kesejahteraan diri, then you can contribute. I think it's almost conditional. You know, you don't have sejahtera, you cannot contribute, and therefore bullying is about the school environment is not sejahtera. Sexual harassment, this is not sejahtera. All this negative thing means that we have not arrived at sejahtera, and we can only dispense sejahtera if we ourselves sejahtera. I cannot make Murad sejahtera if I don't know what sejahtera is all about. I cannot tell Sion sejahtera if I don't. It's just like durian. If you don't eat durian, how can you tell durian is good? You know, and so I think that's a catch. I think that's our responsibility. After 20 years, I'm glad that we are there. Perhaps we need to push it a little bit more. Perhaps the first option that the site was dreaming of is part of the dream that we can share together. Thanks.
Thank you, Tan Sri. For the next round, there's a lot of things that we brought together just now. But I would like to highlight a few things, very minimal, so that we can get the next round of discussion going. Firstly, it seems that the pandemic has given rise to, perhaps it has given people time to think about what is important. Certainly, Tuan Syed, from what you said, the pandemic actually allowed you to sit and start to discuss. You started to have this Sajatra discourse, etc. So it allowed people some time to get out of that hustle bustle that we were so used to for decades, actually, and start to think about what is important. So, having said that, I would really like to bring up the question. We know that we have lessons to learn from the pandemic, and we know that a lot of things came to light because of the pandemic, but are we open to the idea, or perhaps we are, but we do not want to speak about it, that the issues and problems we had were there long before the pandemic? And how do we actually admit that to ourselves and start to put this whole ideation correct? For example, this idea of Sajatra, you said it, Sajatra man. I highlighted right at the beginning, Professor, that you know, we seem to say we know that we do not want to live in the setting that the Western world has put to us, on how the progress of education has been, but that is what we are still inheriting, and we are not moving out of that box. And as Dr. Campbell mentioned, there needs to be a deeper meaning, a deeper aspiration for our education. And I was actually surprised that he said it should be aligned with our spirituality. And so, Dr. Cordelia, what you said about mutual inclusivity, I think all these ideas need to be discussed and need to be formalized, and so that it is out there. And the other thing I would like to say is, I do not see this in the public. I'm a writer. Tuan Syed is from the media. We are both actually from the media background. Oh, sorry. Of course, Professor Ahmad Murad as well. We are in the media, and basically we read everything that is out there. And I do not see this. And so there is really something wrong if this discussion is only in this room today. And so perhaps we can start again with Dr. Ahmad Murad. Okay, on all these ideas that we brought about.
Thank you. My quick response to Syed Munawar, I was thinking of the word Buddhiman. You said Sejahtera man, it's Buddhiman. One of the things which I have been studying over the last maybe 2 decades is the idea of Buddhi, the concept of Buddhi, the roots of Buddhi, and the implications of Buddhi. Buddhi is a Sanskrit word. Buddhi means a network of intelligence. Literally, it means enlightenment, the Buddha. But you look at the semantics and its concept, it refers to intelligence, a network of intelligence. It is rationality and emotion together. It is not only rationality as in the Cartesian sense. And we have the Cartesian and rationality has been endemic until now. So what we do is governed and configured by that Cartesian reasoning and rationality. Whereas Buddhi has already been around. The idea of Buddhi, I think in the Maori culture, there will be an equivalent. Chinese culture, Japanese culture, they are equivalents. It's not exclusive to Malay. And if you look at, I was tracing the word, the first time that Buddhi appears in the Malay classical literature text was in the 13th century. It was Buddhi. It was Buddhi. Then in the 15th century, the Buddhi was appended by Akal Buddhi, which appears in a number of Malay classical texts. But again, if we look at Buddhi, what we have now in among the Malays in Malaysia, because we move away from Buddhi. Buddhi is this dialectical, dialogical relations that we have within ourselves, with other human beings, and with nature. It's not nature out there as in the empirical, European Western sense of the word. So there is the embodiment of Buddhi, and I would say that Buddhi complements Sejahtera. Sejahtera would be the overriding framework, the scaffolding, which would imply organization, policy making, procedures, and so on. Buddhi is the quintessence of being. I don't want to say the Malay being. I don't want to sound like a hypo extremist or whatever. I don't like that too. But it's a quintessence of being in any group of people, be they Malay or the Maori. And I'm glad that you're here because Dr. Betson, I was following Linda Smith's articulation on the decolonizing methodologies. She Otago University. And I was thinking that you should give a 1-year course in all Malaysian universities, and the book should be read by every student in Malaysia, and not only student but every academic in Malaysia should read that book. It's not only decolonizing knowledge, but decolonizing methodologies, because we think that, I mean, you are a methodologist, I'm not, I'm a theorist, but almost all academics in Malaysia would uncritically conform to the textbook methodologies that they receive from whatever there is, the conventional methodology, without disregard to looking at contextualizing those methodologies within our society. There are many criticisms. Actually, you want to do public opinion, for example. There are things that that we in Malaysia or in the non-Western world do not conform to. Ideas on literacy, ideas on democracy, ideas on public opinion. That's a very American concept. The word choice is very American. We don't have the word choice in Malay society. Pilihan-pilihan are all derivations from the word choice. So again, that quintessence must be there, and that quintessence is, I think, important in terms of the national education philosophy, because what you are implying, and I was thinking that it was drafted in 1988. The drafters have not broken any paradigm. You are doing it. So again, what's important is we have to dismantle the rhetoric of the falsafah that was drafted in 1988 through Sejahtera and through Budi. And I have a chapter in the earlier book, on the falsafah that you published 3 years back, and I'm looking Budi specifically in the sense of the production of knowledge, the knowledge production system that we have. One example is the consumption of social science in Malaysia. Social science was brought in to the country in the early 70s. I'm not talking about Islamia. Islamia is a different breed in terms of its humanity and so on. We're talking about USM, UKM, the earlier two public universities that brought in American social science. Nothing wrong with that over there, but there's something wrong with it here. The way we consume it, the way we use it, the way we articulate it, the way we measure it. And because of how we measure it, how we use it over the last 50 years, it has removed us from ourselves. People don't see how knowledge has been so political and so destructive to us. So much so that if we consume, when we offer social science the way we have received it, lock, stock, and barrel, without any criticism, we lose nobody, because the curriculum in the university is important. For example, I mean, economics, my favorite example to you. If we want to stop this liberal capitalist system in the world, stop offering the present economics curriculum. That's it. So this is fundamental. I'm looking also into sociology and communication and history. That has not changed. And we talk about always MQA, curriculum review. No, it's not review. Review is trivial. It's dismantling. Dismantling the curriculum, dismantling the intellectual framework, dismantling the false spirit and consciousness that we have. Then only we can move on. We're talking about various approaches towards, I say various approaches towards Islamization of knowledge, various words to use and so on. Kamalasan, Nakib Alatas, and many others. Again, what's important here is to look at it as a production system, knowledge production system, and to dismantle the present knowledge production system. This is where I think Budi is important in terms of how we epistemologize the concept. Yeah, thank you.
I'm sorry, I am very excited with this. The risk of being another panelist. Yeah, Budi is a subset of all this. I take it, for example, now I'm beginning to reject the word Minda. Minda as a translation of the word for us is Budi.
Yeah.
Minda means nothing to us. Yeah. It's another A for mind, which is another English word. The thing that Besan has said. So unless we are able to throw some of this terminology that we take lock, stock, and barrel, quote unquote, we will not be able to create, not just stop, but recreate the one that belongs to us. So Budi is, and Budi, like you said, is an amalgamation of the rational and the emotional one. And we don't believe in this duality. We are never dualist in that particular sense, you know. So budi maknanya hati dengan minda sekali. Akal budi, hati budi. And that is one of it, you know. But I dare not bring it here because for the very reason budi comes from the word Buddha. If you become Buddha in IIUM, they say, well, this guy is bringing Buddhism here. And when I bring Sejahtera, it's also so difficult. Budi with Buddha, we probably, but it's time now to be mature now to take Budi as it is.
And tracing the word Budi, the concept of Budi in Malay society, the consciousness of Budi, consciousness, it does not, I mean, I'm speculating, I have not arrived at the conclusion yet or no answers yet. It comes to us in the Malay Peninsula from Javanese culture. It does not come from the Buddhism that was here in Palembang or whatever. It doesn't come there. It moves through because there was this period of Javanese hegemony over a large part of the Malay archipelago. So that's the quintessence, or that's the genesis of how the Budi comes. And also the manifestation of Budi is in the pantun, syair, for example. Okay? Pantun is virtual and actual together once at the same time. And this is where we don't appreciate. And pantun should be taught to our kids, standard 1, on how we think.
Okay. That is about. Oh, did everyone? Did you hear me? Okay.
That's the question. Yeah?
Yes.
Again, you know, like I feel like, you know, when you answer questions and you already have some prior samples, then you start, oh, what did the sample say? You know, so I cannot be so original because Datuk Murad has been, you know, inspiring my mind in some ways. So maybe my answers would also relate to what Datuk Murad has been talking about. Yeah. So basically, we're talking about words here when we talk about Budi, Sajatra, and then we're trying to say which is the macro, which is the micro. Is Budi above Sajatra? Is actually depending on how you argue. If you're in a debate, for instance, it could be either way. Yeah, but you've got to look for illustrations, yeah, on how to provide the evidences for your answers, yeah. So I find it very interesting when we say that, you know, after 35 years, the philosophy Pendidikan Negara was, what do you call it, a national was written, and yet we do not understand that concept of Sajatra. Yeah, so, but, and yet everyone thinks, I know a Sajatra. If you ask me, I have many ways to illustrate it. So, and being in strategy, you know, I like to simplify things in that way. I think one way forward, even though we're not yet there, I think, that we can do is to really document what Sajatra, illustrations of Sajatra. If you look at the Japanese, yeah, when they talk about Ikigai, when they talk about Omoyari, which is compassionate, what do you call it? Compassionate thinking, yeah, being compassionate, which is the golden rule, basically. Everyone talks about the golden rule. The Japanese have Omoyari. Everything that you do, you feel it with your heart, yeah? So when you have that, how do they depict it and how do they interpret it? They tell stories. Right? They have many stories when you read the book. If we say Sajatra, it remains that one sentence in that one, what was it? You say I think it was, sacramental document. That's all we have because we are not telling stories. So I think each of us have to start to tell that story. What does Sajatra means aside from Tanda Sajatra that we were saying, yeah? We have even Sajatra toilets, yeah? Sajatra, it's used very loosely. As and until we have those kind of stories, people will not be able to feel that concept of Sajatra. So I think that's one pragmatic way that we can go forward, because we say review to dismantle. And then we got to rebuild. Once you dismantle, you got to rebuild. And when you want to rebuild, you tell your stories. Yeah, words have no meanings until you have the characters, the plot, what was the problem, yeah, and what's the solution. So I think that's one thing that I'd like to, that my first point. The second point just now, you talk about the enlightening. Yeah, so at that time, people were spiritual, crusade spiritual, for instance. And we want to revive certain things that we think spirituality as being a central part of the human being. But across history, we know also that spirituality can go either way. The moment we talk about spiritual schools, yeah, for instance, I remember, I think in 2015, I was at this talk, and there's this Indonesian journalists who studying who becomes terrorists in Indonesia. And they found out that in the study, most would have gone to a centrum. And the reason, because of poverty. So some of the children that go there would be the poor ones. And when they're poor, you will be surprised. Prof, we can do another study on that, but he said that it's lack of motherly love. That means tidak ada kesejahteraan in the house, yeah, that leads to this violence. Yeah, it's conclusive according to him. But if we look at that, yeah, so this is where when we review to dismantle, all these little things must be taken into account, because while we are pursuing Sajatra, the non-Sajatra things are happening. So our interpretation has to be very clear-cut in the way we checklist what we have to look out for. Yeah, not just at word level, but at the action level, number one, yeah. And mind and minda. Again, this goes to this enriching versus simplifying. I think when people, like all of us have gone through it, you have to write all these manuals, document. Oh, there's no Malay equivalent, Aminda. Why don't we just put an A and we put a glossary? There used to be a huge, I think it was a big project on doing all the glossary across subjects, because we need to teach things in Malay, remember? And we never went back there. So I have all those books actually at home for physics, for biology, anything, yeah? So when we do that, that's where we can call that enrichment, because we actually learn from another language and adopt it, assuming we don't have one for it. But if you have one and you kill your own creation there and simplify it, then it's not enrichment anymore. Yeah. So these are simple processes that happen within the domain of language and translation, all these things. I think that's my key point. Yeah. One thing, we've got to tell our stories. Without stories, words are empty. It's just like saying, I love you, but you do the worst things to me. It's a very simple analogy, I think, right? That's all. Right. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Kulliyyah. John Syed, it not really falls onto you, but taking all that into context, one of the things that I highlighted again is that our education system is supposed to be our leaders for tomorrow, and therefore it is very key that we get this right, because we cannot afford to go in the wrong direction again. And if we said that we have gone perhaps in the wrong direction, some very drastic measures have to be done. And you have been there at discussions at the highest level in your career, 26 years career in media? And how do you think we can actually shake up things to help make this a reality? Of course, we are not expecting solutions today here, but what would be some simple steps that have to be done?
Yes, Nino. I don't have an answer to your question. Being a moderator, my role is to ask questions. And of course, it's easier to ask questions rather than answering them, isn't it? So, but there is a proverb in Arabic that says, the right question will give you the good answers. And that in itself is learning process. Nino was asking about how do we maneuver our way to the future. Interestingly, even Klaus Schwab, dubbed as the father of Fourth Industrial Revolution, says that the biggest problem in Fourth Industrial Revolution, because our educational system is entrenched in the 19th century model. You know, our education system that we are now having here today is actually 2,000 years old. It was only last 2 or 3 days, I think University of Malaya and also UNIMAS declared that 20 academic programs is being closed down because there are no takers and is no longer relevant. And we also know that nowadays there are huge companies, they are no longer looking at degrees. It's just a matter of whether you can solve the problem or not. And they are not so concerned about where you're getting the knowledge from. It's about problem solving. And they pay you tremendously well just because you are able to do that. But the thing is, I think even the academics, they coined the word VUCA, isn't it? Everybody in this hall are familiar with VUCA, volatility. We're living in a VUCA world, volatile, uncertain, complex and ambiguous. And how do we go about in, driving our way through a VUCA world? I think let's take the analogy of sailing through an open sea and suddenly you are encountering a storm, huge storm. What do? Among sailors, they will say, lash up and stow. And you have to understand the analogy as well between a loaded ship and an empty vessel, an empty ship. A loaded ship is more stable. So you have to take a hold of the ballast, the hull, so that it has to be loaded. So what do you need to fill in? If you're talking about, if you infer a ship to a man, to a man, So when you're having uncertainty, I think that's where Sajatra comes into play. You have to build character because you can't be forcing your kids to take a certain subject. If we may recall in the 90s, suddenly, because the buzzword then was the ICT, everybody was pushing their kids to do ICT. And all of a sudden, after 5 years, you have more graduates than what the market is ready to accept. So we can't be pushing kids nowadays, saying that you have to go in certain discipline without taking care of their ability to adapt. That's what character is. And you're talking about the etymology of Sejahtera. Just to share, even terima kasih is a modern terminology. It is non-existent in the traditional manuscript. You cannot find terima kasih as a phrase because it's a modern construct. So according to Prof. Asma Omar, it's terima kasih because of the concept of budi. We don't say terima kasih because according to the Malay psyche, when you receive something, then you have to return something else. That's what budi means. So we really, it's very interesting when Professor Murad says that modern knowledge removes us away from who we are, and we are now toying with the idea of debunking the Western construct, and that's a tall order. But I rely on your credibility, Tan Sri. It's very interesting. So I think when you are facing uncertainty, it's even more important for us to go back to the fundamental of education, which is to build character rather than building skill sets. And this is a problem with the parents nowadays. The majority of parents out there, we are oblivious of the changes that are taking place. We think that business are as usual. We just have to send our kids to universities, taking certain kind of course. We try to project the future. You have to do engineering. All the opinion leaders out there, they are now they invented the word a great reset. To me, they themselves are oblivious to the changes, and that's in a way is how they encapsulate their fear of not knowing what to project, and they are no longer holding firm of what's going to come about. It's actually a signal of fear. That's why they say we need to do great reset, because we don't know what the future is going to look like. So it's even more important for us to, you know, drill down the concept of character development when you are facing with uncertainties. But of course, we are not ready to discuss that because we are trapped in the, Prof, what were you saying? The colonization of methodology. And also for you to pursue your future, better future, you have to go through this path. You know, so
we are trapped by the machine mind.
Machine mind, yeah. There you go. Machine learning.
Yeah, machine. So that machine should be dismantled. It's that's why we have Sajatra.
I like the word to debunk the Western education. It's time to. And I think it's the only time now with the pandemic is still hot in the air. When the pandemic is over, we will go back to this reset ni go back to where we were. You know, so I decolonization after all life matters, Black life matters, everybody is talking about decolonizing, including the West. They themselves need to be decolonized. So this is an opportunity for us to move ahead. How to do it is another issue. But if you lose this opportunity, I think you will probably be trapped in this for a longer period of time. And if Sajatra is a thing that moves it, and I don't think take Sajatra as Sajatra. I think Sajatra needs to be connected to Ikigai. It needs to be connected to Ubuntu. It needs to be connected to whatever other languages that says the same thing in the context of the human heritage. You know, we don't have to take the Western colonized thing. There is already originally, I don't know, the Maori has got something. So this indigenous knowledge, I think, becomes a power for us to move forward. And once you link that up, I think you'll probably get a better solution for moving forward. Rather than, you know, Harvard may talk about another thing. Now tomorrow we will talking the language of Harvard again, you know, and then after Harvard, after all, the name of what do you call? If I'm not mistaken, is another slave trader. You know, Yale is another slave trader. So we all rush into this university not knowing the slave traders are the one that's shaping your mind, and we come back as another form of slavery. So I'm glad this is coming on, but
a little bit. When you talk about debunking, I deliberately don't mention decolonization because I think it's the overused word. But yeah, Black Lives Matter has opened up this thing. Indigenization is another problem, actually. If we look at indigenization from a European perspective, then we'll be in trouble. We should look at indigenization from endogenous perspective. Not from an indigenous perspective, but from an endogenous perspective, as opposed to exogenous. So we have to see that Europe and other parts of the world are unique to itself. They are not universal. The social sciences that was produced in Europe in the 1800s was unique to Europe. They are meant to solve European problems. The problem of the King Louis, potong kepala, apa semua, and peasant oppression. These are European problems, actually. But they have universalized it. So I don't want that, I always reminded others that when we use the term indigenous knowledge, or local wisdom, we have to bear in mind that we should not use it from a European perspective who has universalized that. It has to be looked upon from our own context, our own perspective. So when we talk about indigenous knowledge, actually it's not indigenous knowledge. It can be universalized too. But we ourselves, because we are trapped in our mindset, we tend to look at our knowledge as being local, whereas knowledge in Europe also local, but they have universalized that knowledge. So we have to compete that and strategize that and globalize what we have.
In business, we call it positioning.
Okay, I think we have, oh, sorry. Yes. Thank
I'm
you.
not sure if you're really having other contributions, but I keep thinking we've tried to decolonize the law, in particular in the area of resource law, and by introducing Maori concepts into the framework of our legislation. But the analysis is that this hasn't stopped the pollution of rivers and the pollution of the atmosphere, and hasn't stopped the whole neoliberal model. And now the worry is that we're colonizing these indigenous terms, or they're just being incorporated into the mainstream, and because they're abstracted from their roots, you know, they're brought into the law, which is really a Western construct, and so it just becomes a word without the full reference to all the systems that a word can be part of. And this is the problem with using, I mean, you're using Sajatra, we use kaitiakitanga, which is a guardianship of nature, or of people and nature. But if it doesn't go with decision making and all the, and collective land and the all the myriad of institution, or not really institutions, but of socialization that go with that word, then it's quite hard to make it do its work, you know, the work that you want it to do. So that doesn't make it sound easier, but and we're still, the new law is being revised at the moment, and we're only trying to strengthen that use of terms that move us towards this integrated, you know, a way of living that's in tune with living, you know, living systems. So it's very complex.
Thank you, Doctor. Can we open the floor to any other thoughts on this subject? Anyone else would like to contribute? Ah, yes.
Some observations of the day.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you, Tan Sri, for this opportunity. I never expect that I supposed to speak up, you know, today. And then, and today is actually the first day I'm reporting for duty, Tan Sri.
Oh,
and suddenly, okay. Truly speaking, when I arrived KLIA, okay, actually I realized that I'm coming out from Sejahtera country, and then I asked myself whether I'm going back to a Sejahtera country as well. So I don't want to give the answer to this because everyone can think about this. When I'm talking about this Sejahtera country, because I feel safe psychologically, you know, physically, mentally, everything when I'm there. Okay, Sejahtera in terms of education, in terms of daily practices, Sejahtera in many things, Sejahtera in education. I mean, I can see that the Sejahtera is all over the country, from early childhood up to higher education. You know, whether you are workers, whether you are labor, whether you are at high positions, everyone is something like they are living in Sejahtera world. Then just now when we talk about the concept of ikigai, actually this is in line with our, I mean, the Islamic practices itself, because there is prophet saying, okay, I think many ustads here can correct me if I'm wrong. Okay, khairukum anfa'ukum linnas. The best of you is those who benefit others. So this is what Ikigai is all about. Something that make someone, bring joy to you and inspire you to get out from bed every day, because you want to benefit others. This is what we're supposed to be when we want to be in a Sejahtera world, Sejahtera country, not to think about yourself, but about others. And in many situations, for example, something like when we talk about cleanliness, it's not only what is the philosophy behind cleanliness that when they throw rubbish, it's not only about throwing rubbish, but the philosophy behind cleanliness here is that, for example, if you drink a milk, in a box, then you have to clean up the box, because you want to make sure that when you throw the box, the rubbish, you will not trouble others, the dirty that you drink from that box, even though the people, because they are workers, they are labor, they have their rights. We still need to respect them, to give their right, not to be in a trouble situation because of us. So this is something that I think we need to learn. Yeah.
Assalamualaikum. I think we forgot. I think Jim is still online.
I'm still here. I've been listening with, is it okay if I put in my 2 cents worth?
Of course, Dr. Campbell, of course.
I was just thinking, as usual, once everyone had their say, I realized that what I thought I would add has been said a lot better. However, the thought did cross my mind in terms of us understanding Sajatra and a whole lots of other concepts. I think I was reading Alistair McIntyre, and he said that often these concepts presuppose a sociology. In other words, one of the reasons that, and this came up, I think, quite directly in previous discussions, one of the reasons that we find it difficult to even understand what the meanings of terms are, and they seem to have different meanings to different people, is because the roots of the concept stem through history back into a different social system, a different society, a different sociology. I think of, by analogy, I often hear people talk about liberalism and liberal points of view. And I often wonder to myself, William Gladstone and John Stuart Mill, I think, would probably roll in their grave if they were associated with what the term liberal is now being used to describe. And so this is an analogy. The societies, the kinds of societies that existed from which these terms were rooted or formed in, have changed quite radically. And so I wonder to what extent our difficulty even agreeing on the meaning of terms and so forth is itself rooted in the fact that the social systems that within which these terms were used historically have changed so much that now we end up, I guess we end up at odds with each other because what the terms refer to, what their social basis was, has shifted so much. And I think that came up in one of the previous speakers talking about shifts in the law and so forth, where you could end up using a term, but its kind of social basis, its cultural basis, its historical basis has been so diminished that the term just simply becomes colonized by or used by the very forces that you're seeking to challenge. Perhaps a good example of that is take, for example, the word humanization, something that I've used in my writing, and I know that Tan Sri uses, and we've all used. And now we have banks advertising, humanizing banking, and humanizing this and humanizing that. And it kind of makes you wonder if a term can be used so liberally, right? To what extent the guts of it, as it were, rooted in our traditions, the guts of it has been kind of taken out. I don't know if I'm making some sense here, but this is what strikes me, that we use words now in ways I know I certainly do, and I find that often we're not even sure that all of us can agree on the meaning of the terms, because, as I say, the sociology, the history, the culture has been changed so much from which these terms were originally derived. And I think this goes to the decolonizing argument. It goes to the issue of imperialism and its effect on things. It goes to the issue of economics and the reduction of everything to simply use value. So that would be my 2 cents. I think that sometimes our terms that we use, that they're often, the meaning of them has to be really, really thought through in terms of understanding how the society around which that term was used has changed so much, so that the term itself becomes less clear. Its meaning, its grip on us becomes less clear, not because the term or the idea is bad or far from it, but because the sociology, the social world, the institutional world within which these terms are used has changed so much. I hope I make some sense there, if you can grasp. I think I'm just repeating back to you what you've all said in different ways. So that would be my little contribution. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Campbell. I think what is very clear there, what you have said, is that what we have all said as well, right from the beginning, is that words are very powerful. And while you mentioned that we are very afraid that these words will be taken out of context, as human beings, we know that we have to go back to words to sort of contextualize what we really want. And for us today, that word is Sajatra, that word is Buddhi, that word is all these things that we said today. And only by verbalizing it and then perhaps documenting it, and that perhaps making it into policies, making it into ideas that will move society, then we will be able to make a change. So I think you've put it very well there, Dr. Campbell, that we have to go back to the words, and the words will be used to try and put us on the right direction. Thank you.
Can I just add one more thing? I think what was glaring today when Professor Muhammad Haji Saleh talked about Sajatra was nowhere to be found except for one Aceh, and I asked him during lunch, he says that even not, it's not dated. It's in our context, or at least in my context, when I look for Sajatra in other documents, political documents, economic documents, there was none. The only one is dalam falsafah pendidikan kebangsaan. You know, but yet the politicians are using it, the economists are using it as though they know this very familiar. And that's why I'm insisting that we in the education sector must be the one who is responsible for this word, because it comes from our context, and they need to follow our context and then understand it that way. But if we fail to do this, then they will take this and take it, you know, and define it the way kesejahteraan economy. There's no such thing as kesejahteraan economy per se, you know, because it's multi-layered. So it is a lot of things that we need to do if you want to actually popularize this, let alone universalize it. But if people like James can understand Sejahtera, I don't think everybody else in Malaysia should be able to understand this. Anyway, thanks.
Okay, it has been my biggest privilege to be here, to be part of this discourse. Thank you so much. Thank you all, our panel members for today.
Go easy. I know you have got your own idea of it. How would you conclude this discussion here? What would your takeaway? If people asked you, what do you gain from this? What would you say?
You're asking me, Tan Sri?
Yes. We want to know that. it's not the easy moderator.
Yes, today I discover. I'm actually formulating my next article, as you know, Tan Sri. Firstly, I am going to highlight awareness about FPK because in the first, well, when I reach out to public. So I think there must be some understanding that there is this FPK philosophy that is not just for the academia. It is something that should translate into the way we build our nation. So that is what that is one thing that I'm going to write about. And I think for the first time, I've looked at Sajatra in a different light. So I would like to share that because the concept of Sajatra now is very attractive to me. It is something like, you know, the Western world used to talk about the universal man. Today, I can actually talk about, thanks to Translate, the Sejahtera man. And I would like to, yes, I would like to share that and hopefully push the idea that people can talk about this. Is this your aspiration? Is this the public's aspiration? And number 3, these are, of course, when the article comes out, it will be more fuller. But I want to talk about storytelling because that's what I do. Through my stories, that is what I do. And I think the way Dr. Kulliyyah has said it, we have to tell our stories so that people have an understanding of what Sajatra is in our society. So those are the 3 things. And though we did not get to talk about it much, I would like to talk about how we can actually think about the Malay Budi, the Malay Sajatra, as a universal concept. It is not a local concept. I certainly never thought of that. I always thought it was a local concept. And I think that is something that we can put out there. I've always said that I want to bring hikayat to the world. And perhaps these ideas are things we can bring to the world. It's not just hikayat, it's our culture. It's a way of life that is attractive to everybody. And thank you, Dr. Campbell, because with you there, I'm confident I'll be able to put these ideas out through my words.
Thank you so much.
I think we need a narrative for Sajatra. At this point in time, that has to be built up. That narrative must be prolonged, must be there. Because as was said, stories sustain society. I wrote a column 2 weeks back on the Orang Asli, flying lizards, moyang, and whatever. So their stories, maintain their story is the law, L-O-R-E. If we destroy the law, L-O-R-E, we destroy the L-A-W of the Orang Asli community. And yesterday I met 2 young lawyers. They were dealing with native land in Pahang. If they have this concept of Sejahtera and Budi, they will be able to at least resolve the idea of ownership and native land. So again, these are important. Yeah? So that's what I was saying. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, everyone. I think now I can officially say thank you so much for joining us. And it is actually my privilege. Tan Sri, thank you for having me. And Datuk Murad, who I think the 2 of you suddenly feel that I can be part of your world. I'm so thankful. Sajatra world.
Okay, thank you so much, Madam Moderator, Madam Zalina Abdul Aziz. I think I can speak on behalf of the rest of the participants here that we have learned a lot from the discussion, even as simple as the word terima kasih. Just now, I really am interested to know more about it. And then the semantics of the words. Suddenly I forgot, but it's okay. Let's move on. We move to the next sessions of the next segment of the sessions where I would like to invite Tan Sri Rector to present a token of appreciation to our moderators and panelists that have been involved in our discussions today. Tan Sri. I would like to first invite Dr. Zarina Abdul Ghani, who has moderated our first afternoon session. Next, I would like to invite Professor Dr. Muhammad Sahari Nordin. Next, I would like to invite Madam Zarina Abdul Aziz Alias Pinot Aziz. Please welcome next Professor Dr. Ahmad Murad Marikan. Thank you. Next, I invite Tuan Said Munawar Said Mustar. And last but not least, I invite Associate Professor Dr. Cordelia Masson. Thank you, Tan Sri. Thank you as well to all the panelists, as well as Dr. James Campbell, who I'm sure if he's yeah, I'll make sure the organizing committee will send something. Thank you. Okay.
Jim, thank you. We need to give you a souvenir virtually. We'll get it done.
Thank you. Thank you for the privilege of speaking. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, everyone. Next, we have come to the event where there is a launching ceremony. It's launching of our Sajatra logo, and this launching will be performed by our Rector, Professor Tan Sri Dr. Zulkifli Abdul Razak. Hence, I would like to invite our Dean of Kulliyyah of Education, Professor Dr. Nurlida Abu Qasim, to accompany our Rector for the launching of the Sajatra logo.
So this is another add-on. We will have now a calligraphy or at least a logo for the Sejahtera thing, so that when everybody uses Sejahtera, we want to differentiate our Sejahtera from the other Sejahtera, especially the one that comes as a popular Sejahtera rather than. So it is in the shape of a calligraphy, the Malay calligraphy of Jawi. And it is crafted in a flower. I think basically what we're talking about, the flower that will blossom, not forgetting the roots. And that will be the kind of symbol that we will talk about in Sajatra. I'm supposed to do this, and I hope it works. IT is not my thing, and IT also know that I don't like them. So it might not work. Oh, yeah. There you are. Simple.
Thank you, Tan Sri, for the.
And it is done by our artists from the Kulliyyah of Architecture and Environmental Design. Okay.
speaker.
Thank you, Tan Sri, Prof. Nolida, as well as the rest. Before we close the ceremony, I would like to invite again Professor Tan Sri Dr. Zulkifli Abdul Razak to give closing remarks.
What can I say? I think Ninot has said it, everything. There is a very small effort, we thought, because tomorrow there's a bigger conference of the 14th Regional Centers of Expertise for Sustainable Development. The word is RCE. The word RCE was again coined in 2005 when we wanted to transform, quote unquote, university at that particular point in the context of sustainable development, led by the rector of the United Nations University. And the question was asked, would the present construct of the university be able to deliver sustainable development? I think it was very clear that it's not able to, because the construct of the university is very industrial, coming from the Industrial Revolution that we talked about, and talks about different language, different jargon, human capital be one of those. And therefore, he created this RCE, Regional Centers of Expertise for Sustainable Development, and for education for sustainable development. The idea was basically to move the university away from merely industrialization, but go back into the community. And therefore, the mainstay for RCE was basically to construct a kind of relationship with the community as part and parcel of the university. And this is what the university has been trying to do since it was given the status of RCE. On the 1st of April, we thought it was an April Fool joke. No, and then the first that was awarded this during the COVID period. So it is a very, what we call a humbling experience. And that COVID period actually demonstrates that this university is relevant if it works with the community. If it doesn't work with the community, then the university is not what we thought it should be. We started in 2005 with 7 pioneering centers of RCE. Now there are almost 200 RCEs around the world, and you can apply to be one. Tongyong is one, the South Korean one. You can apply to be one, provided you work with the community and demonstrate that you have got partnerships in the community to further education in sustainable development. And that's also the reason why this university do not go into ranking. When we go into ranking and look at the kind of criteria, then we need to forsake all this. You know, we need to now make a decision whether you want to be ranked #1 in the QS, the World University Ranking, or you want to do what we are supposed to do. In other words, distribute knowledge, distribute whatever, sharing whatever we have in university. The moment we do the ranking, this has to go, because in terms of funding, in terms of targets, in terms of everything else, it's not the same. So we deliberately make a decision. This university is not part of ranking, and people do ask, why are you not ranked? And the reason is basically, we want to go back to the ethos of what university is about. And I think today is a kind of a revisiting what for the last happened 20 years. I didn't know that it will last this way, and I think it's moving into a better direction, hopefully with your contribution and now the deeper understanding of what I'm glad the word Budi comes in. Now we are now trying to articulate, Murad, where Budi comes in. We want to also take in the word Akal Budi, Hati Budi, and all this. And I mean, just to share a little bit more, I used to do a little bit of neurology, and now there are evidence to show that the mind and the brain works together. They are not two different components. In fact, the suggestion that's also in the heart, there's also a brain cells that works independently, although there's a brain in there. So there you are, you know, this Budi, Kalbu, Budi, Akal Budi, Hati Budi, ini, it's just not a mere term. Physiologically, it seems there's something going on. So we want to write the science of Sajatra, inshallah, as we do a little bit more, and that probably will be the kind of a, you know, contribution that we'll have at the end of the day. So I want to thank all of you, particularly my sister here. She was very reluctant to do this, you know, but she's done wonderfully well. I'm very surprised to see that we've got bottle of water, not plastic bottle. Yeah, we will thank them later. This is something, this is a very, very important symbol. If there is a plastic bottle here, I will probably be running away with my eyes, we are very clear about this. There is no plastic at all. So we want to make sure this is part and parcel of what we are understanding Sajatra is all about coming in. Yeah. And also, of course, thank everybody else, your team, and I know you got some sleepless night on this, but that's part of it. I think part of Sajatra is samsara also, that you need to suffer a little bit here and there so that the balance can become really meaningful for us. Yeah. I'd like to specifically thank Betson for coming all the way from New Zealand via United States. She has been very helpful with us, giving the contribution of the Maoris. We are not as developed as the Maoris in understanding. They've got very important things that we can learn from, and certainly Xu Yan, part of the Tong Yong Center when I was there in 2015. She has now left it and doing a PhD, and we hope this PhD can also be contributing to what we are doing today. So thanks everybody else, and we pray to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala that we will be blessed and we will have this courage to make this change. Yeah? I was just whispering to Syed Munawa, if we can have, I was thinking of the great education debate by the end of this year, taking all this into consideration, just like University of Malaya used to have the great economic debate. Let's do an education debate, and this is where the deconstruction, decolonization, whatever they need to be transformed, we will say it publicly, so that people now begin to understand there's time to move. There will no longer time to waste, and I think we want to do this as well as possible. So thank you very much. I don't know how to end this. Yeah, so a round of applause to everybody. Okay. So thanks so much. Tomorrow, as I've mentioned, is the beginning of the 4th Regional Center of Expertise for Sustainable Development. I think we have got about 20 countries or so coming. Tomorrow will be the day of plenary like this. The second day, we'll go to Kuala Lumpur and work with the indigenous people and see how we can understand them better. And then on the third day, we'll find kind of a conclusion how to move this forward in the context of Sajatra on a very regional basis. So, Assalamu alaikum, greeting of peace, take care and look after yourself, inshallah.
Thank you, Tan Sri, for the closing remark. Before we go, I would like to invite Professor Dr. Nurlida to present to our rector a small token of appreciation. Thank you, Prof. Dean, as well as Tan Sri Rector. With that, we have come to the end of our symposium. I would like to thank everyone who have been here with us, as well as those who have joined us online. And we hope that everyone has benefited from this particular symposium. And on behalf of the organizing committee, I would like to apologize for any shortcomings that you may have experienced. Before that, I would like to invite everyone to the banquet hall for the afternoon tea, as well as a presentation of selected adab videos prepared by our undergraduate students. That's going to be in the banquet hall next door. So let's end our session with Tasbih Kafarah and Surah Al-Az. Billahi taufiq wal hidayah. Okay, yes, sir. So everyone is invited to the mini stage that we have here for a photography session. Please, everyone, those who are sitting at the back as well. Yes, everyone, please.
Video. Tapi tak ada apa-apa. Di sini lah. Sudah.